welcome back to Nintagious. Hope everybody's doing well tonight. I'm having a bittersweet kind of a day because it's only in the 60s today, but my god, is it humid. It is like... Basically, I have to swim back and forth to the bathroom. It's terrible. But that aside, are you gonna make me say it? You know what we're doing tonight. One thing I will say, though, is I've been thinking about this a lot within the last, 24 hours, trying to figure out exactly what I want to do here. My plan was to jump straight into story mode. But I don't... It's so humid that my glasses are fogged up. For just no particular reason. This is agony. I was gonna jump into story mode, but the more I thought about that... And this is gonna sound really weird. Just, work with me. I can't believe my glasses are fucking fogged up. This is awful. Maybe I should have waited until 9:15 to start. I was, ready on time, and I was like, hell yeah, let's do this. And now I'm regretting it. The part that everyone is going to be talking about is Sonic 3. Because that's the one that we've never seen a polished up remastering for modern release. So people are going to be looking at that one the closest. And again, this is going to sound ridiculous. I don't want to be going through story mode and be stuck in fucking Sonic CD's garbage-ass level design and have people blurt things out about Sonic 3, like, oh, I can't, oh, did you see they changed such and such, or whatever. I know it sounds ridiculous to worry about spoilers in that particular context, but I want to experience it myself. Especially since it's, my favorite game of all time. So, I think we're going to just start with that. And just see what they did. And then I think tomorrow we'll do the story mode. I haven't even watched any of these yet, which is why I wanted to kind of do story mode right away, because I wanted to check out all of these cutscenes. Like what they did with the music. It's so animated, holy hell. I'm so torn. I said when playing Sonic Rush and Sonic Rush Adventure that I'd like to see them do, if they were going to do a new 2D game, to do one in the style of, the Rush series instead of one in the style of these games. But on the other hand, if we get cutscenes like that in a new 2D game, then I don't think I'd really be able to complain about it. I forgot mirror mode was a thing. This is the Digital Deluxe Edition, or whatever it's called. That's neat. Why is Tails there? Tails isn't supposed to be in Sonic 1. Oh, you can zoom in pretty far, too. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm pretty sure those are just the Generations models. But that's fine. I think you just get mirror mode for the, as part of the Digital Deluxe Edition. I don't know if that's... I would assume you can still unlock that in, Oh, that's neat. If you don't have Digital Deluxe, but you probably have to, do something to get it. Anyway, I'm scattered and all over the place. I don't even know, I'm probably gonna do Anniversary mode. as opposed to the classic mode. I am kind of curious if the classic modes are, like, unaltered. Like, for example, they added, like, the spin dash in the Sonic 1 in, like, the mobile version. I don't know if that's, like, reverted in the classic in the classic mode, or if you have to, like, go into settings somewhere and turn it off otherwise. I didn't know there was going to be a boss rush, too. That's pretty cool. Anyway, first, JMT, Lan, Alexander, Thunderbird, how are you guys doing? Anyone else that might be lurking around, it's good to have you as well. And yeah, I think we're just gonna jump right in and see what we're dealing with here. Did we really need tutorials? I feel like this isn't really a thing. Like, just kind of mess around and figure it out. Although, these are new, so I guess this is a little bit more reasonable. In Anniversary Mode, or by clearing missions, use coins to retry special stages in Anniversary Mode or unlock more of your collection in the museum. That first one sounds really useful. Jeez. So animated, oh my god. Oh, jeez. What the fuck? Oh my god. That's some good stuff. Just gonna do... Even though when we get to story mode, we're gonna have to do a normie Sonic playthrough, so... I'm kind of like, maybe I shouldn't. But I think that's what we're gonna do. Begin my quest to get 3 completed save files. Just like I had when I was a kid. They added the supersonic music, or the sound effect there. Already picking out details like that. I did see this part, so I knew that they added Knuckles' little dance there. Is there, like, an options menu? I guess not. I wanted to turn the music up, actually. It's kind of quiet. Let's see if I still got what it takes to do these. I wonder if there's a reason to do perfects here. Aside from the continue or whatever it is that you get. I don't know if does this game have achievements? Maybe I should have fussed around in the menus a little bit more before hopping straight in. These feel really smooth. I don't know if they just like raised the frame rate or something. But these feel very smooth. I did read a little bit that apparently these aren't ports. Like, apparently these are, like, recreations. Like, they rebuilt the engine and everything. Which seems like a lot of work, but... maybe that was just something they just had to do to be able to move it into widescreen and everything. So it is worth noting, well, I guess we're not going to be there for a while yet, but I'm pretty bad at getting the super emeralds in this game. Mostly finding those special stages is the part that I tend to have a hard time with. Oh, they actually, like, lock you... Like, they take your controls away there. It's kind of interesting. I'm definitely curious, like, what all sorts of little changes there are gonna be. Because it's, like, spawning in as I... There we go. It's funny, that particular special stage ring tends to act very strangely in all of the game, like, all versions of the game, but in every version it, like, acts slightly differently. It's kind of strange. Just due to the way it's placed, I guess. Yeah, I think I might actually finish Angel Island and then go back out to the main title screen just to look at options and such. Because I want the audio to be louder. I feel like it's way too quiet. I feel like a lot of, there's something different with the music fade there, too, but that's, like... It's kind of hard to tell exactly what it is. I feel like a lot of, like, game collections like this tend to be too quiet. And I don't know if it's that they think that the retro music is gonna, like, offend, like, kids or something. You can tell it's humid. I think I wound up with more liquid on the outside of my on my hand than I did in my mouth. So one thing I was hoping they would do, which I can now confirm they did not do, which I kind of expected they wouldn't, is I was thinking it would be cool if they made it that, like, the Sonic 3 version of the mini-boss music plays when you're in those zones, and then have it switch once you get to Mushroom Hill. Because for whatever reason, they changed a lot of that stuff between 3 and Knuckles. And then when you lock the game on, it just moves to the Knuckles versions. Which I think for the most part, I'm gonna be honest, I think I prefer the Knuckles versions anyway, but it would have been cool to see both of them, I think. It's real interesting so far because it's pretty much the game I remember, but it does feel smoother for sure, and that's probably just because they reconstructed it in a new engine. But it's not like it feels off or anything, you know? I'm pretty sure those destructible walls don't respawn in the original game, but I might be wrong on that. Whoa. Man, so those coins are like... You don't get a lot of those. Considering we started with 100, I think, and we haven't picked one up yet. Pacing on this was, like, slightly different just because of widescreen, which... That's probably a good example of, like, why they had to reconstruct it. Because if they were to just, like... If you've ever played, like, an emulator that has, like, widescreen hacks, which games like this typically don't, but games like... I know the N64 emulator has a widescreen mode. But you'll see, like, there's a bunch of shit off-screen that you really shouldn't be seeing. So they have to account for stuff like that, like, for sure. Yeah, I got one. Alright. I guess I'm gonna go out to the main menu. Oh, you picked it up yourself, Alexander. Have you ever played these before? I feel like it's strange to ask people that, but there probably are a fair amount of people that have, like, only played some of the games. Or maybe only played them, like, briefly and didn't finish them. That's the Spinball Island. He's even in the barrel. Like in Spinball. And then that's 3D Blast, right? It's already up all the way. Goddamn. Anti-aliasing. I have a bad feeling that's gonna look like ass, but let's try it. So I don't know how many of these I got due to getting Digital Deluxe. I like that one, actually. Which I think is the default one. It's nice and simple. Ooh. But let me get an idea of, like, how much are things. 5 each. Wow, they have the Smash Brothers remix of Angel Island. So interesting. It's neat that they have the box art and everything. Oh, they have the symphony? Oh, they have part of the symphony on here. Oh, they have the animatics for the animations. That's super cool. I have a friend of mine that'll think those are really neat. I mean, I probably will too, but for those that don't know, animatics are basically they're basically the storyboards, but they're like timed out so that you can kind of test the timing of the scenes before you do the full animation. You can do things like put the voice acting. These aren't gonna have voice acting, but you can do stuff like slip the voice acting in to like figure out just the timing and everything. That's cool that they just keep your times. And they're all separate between the different modes, too. Okay, yeah. I don't know how I feel about the anti-aliasing. It's just blurry. For those that are, like, super offended by pixels, I guess. I do like that it throws you right back in where you were, though. That's nice. It's fine. Relax. You've only played little bits here and there. I mean, up until... I think when I did the classic Sonic game, you pause it and it doesn't continue playing the music. You hate to see it. I think when I did the marathon in 2020, I don't think I had ever beaten Sonic 1 until that point. I may have gotten close, but... I don't know if I'd ever beaten 3D Blast until we did that. I think I probably did, though. Maybe I didn't get the true ending, though. Ooh, now we're talking. Yo, double 1-up, which are actually coins. You love to see it. Whee! Also, Guy, Theo, how you guys doing? Kind of like motion comics. Not quite from what I know of what motion comics are. Because those are typically a bit more polished. Animatics are very rough. Like I said, it's mostly so that you can get the timing down for stuff before you actually bother to animate anything. I do think something we need to accept is they may have changed some of the later music, but they didn't change Hydrosity, and that's what matters. That would have been the real crime. Were the water drops here before? Am I crazy? For some reason, that's sticking out to me as, like, being a new thing. But that might just be a detail that I never really, like, fully paid attention to anymore. I'm sure there's a lot of little details in this game that I, like, just have spent so long noticing that I don't notice them anymore. Does that make sense? Yeah, we got another coin, baby! I hate this one. I look forward to seeing a new generation of players struggle with these special stages. The fact that they're so much smoother, like, really helps, though. It's this section. But again, I feel like it's running at a higher frame rate, maybe? Hey, Bill. It's Sonic 3 so far. I was just commenting on in the gallery they have animatics for all the cutscenes, and I thought that you would think that is really cool. Ow. Bum, 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 bum. I've noticed a couple of differences so far, but nothing that's, like, mind-blowing. Little stuff like when you first encounter the mini-boss in Angel Island, like when it sets the island on fire, your controls are locked now. The character, like, resets to the middle of the screen and just, like, looks up at it really quick, instead of you just having free movement, which is, like... I wonder why they changed stuff like that. I don't think you could attack it in the original version anyway, so... Or no, I think you can attack it, it's just... It can't take damage? Maybe to prevent you from taking damage? I don't remember if it can damage you. All things considered, it's kind of been a while since I played this, so, and by a while, I mean, like, probably a year. But even that's, like, kind of long for what I consider to be favorite game of all time. Oh, I was hoping I'd be able to get back up there. I can damage you. That's probably why, just so that new players don't, like, die to it, I guess. Even though it's not there on screen for that long. And the special stages feel really smooth now. I think they might have upped the frame rate or something. I actually didn't want to go in there, I just wanted the rings. I'm not a bonus stage aficionado. I remember having to do these on retro achievements just to get those achievements and kind of hating it. And now I lost my water shield, so you hate to see that. Did you boot it up yet, or are you still getting there? Uh-oh. You said you're probably gonna check out Sonic 3 first too, right? To me. I also look forward to seeing a new generation of gamers deal with this asshole. I've already seen, Oh, that's cool, the screen, like, doesn't scroll anymore. That makes sense. There's no reason for it to, I guess. Did I see that right? You also can't launch off the top of the screen anymore? I'm not sure how I feel about that. Makes it that you can't, like, really get up there and just bounce on him indefinitely. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I've already seen, like, PSAs on, like, okay, for the barrels in Carnival Night, you're supposed to push up and down to, like, make it go. Just because of how many people back in the day, like, just thought they were soft-locked on that shit. Yeah, I remember you saying you were pretty busy this week. Yeah, you can't go off the top of the screen anymore. I don't know how I feel about that. That feels like they were fixing an exploit, but, like, just let people do it. It's honestly difficult to do, so it's like, why make it that people can't do it if it's kind of tricky to do anyway? It's not like it makes the boss free or anything. It feels more constrained because of the screen not scrolling, yeah. But I'm pretty sure it's the same fight. It's just... widescreen adds, like, a second screen, almost. I imagine, Carnival Night probably doesn't scroll either. I think the rings, like, spawn into existence faster as well. Ordinarily, you'd kind of, like, go through them and have to turn around and go back. Which some of these changes might not even be deliberate changes. They might just be, again, from what I read, this isn't a port. It's, like, a complete recreation of the engine. So there might be some slight differences just because of that. Swag strat? Nailed it. Could swag it even harder. I'm not that brave. And again, they probably had to completely remake it due to the widescreen, because that's probably going to change how some fights work. Again, I don't think those breakable walls respawn between special stages in the original. So there's just like a bunch of little stuff like that that's like not a big deal, it's just being observant. Did the debris always keep falling this long? That seems new. I'm pretty sure that's new. Is it supposed to do that? Or did I break it? I guess it makes sense that it would be doing that, honestly. This one I also hate, but just because it's complicated. I think I messed that up, but we'll make it work. Oh, no? Okay, I think it's fine. I blame the Switch's tiny D-pad. Not bad D-pad. I mean, it is bad, but that's not what I'm blaming. I'm just blaming the fact that it's small and my thumbs are large. I think we're clear now. There's just a lot to manage in this one. It's very easy to, like, block yourself in and be like, uh-oh. I guess we'll see. Is the debris still falling now? Doesn't look like it. That looks like it might have been a glitch, to be honest. Although we didn't get to the point with this thing anyway, so let's see if it does it again. Maybe that's just an added bit of polish. Again, it makes sense. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, we want to go this way this time. Again, I'm curious if when you play in classic mode, if none of these changes are present. I don't have all the Chaos Emeralds, right? No. I still have one more to get. One or two more. What am I doing? I always hated these things. Fun fact. Not a fan. Fair. Okie dokie. Sometimes my fast just betrays me. Did the blue wheel make a new... Oh, he spins around now when he does that section. Interesting. Did it make a new noise? I don't think I was paying attention. I'm gonna wait for that to go away, because I'd rather not. Oh, is it that the platforms rising was new? That's a lot, like, that has more flourish to it as well, when it, like, crashes out of the ceiling. Whee! I don't remember if you see more of those blue wheels in Act 2. I'll have to pay more attention to them. I'm surprised they don't lock you in here, since you can't... I guess he's on screen for, like, a second. Maybe they thought it was unnecessary. There's one. Is it different? I feel like the timing was different. There's something different about it, but I can't place what it is. This is another one I'm not a big fan of, just because you have to navigate a bunch of shit. If you guys have never picked up on it before, my navigational skills are ass, so it can sometimes be pretty easy to get lost in situations like this. What was the last one? Right? Nice. Bum, 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 bum. Can I? Ah, they put it on a different button, just like in Mania. This is new music. And I kind of like it. I kind of really like it. Oh yeah, I didn't hear the little whine the first couple times. I think that's a new sprite, too, isn't it? So is that. So they gave him new sprites for all the ones that he didn't have before. Yeah, the lower hum is, like, really kind of subtle. Those sections are less awkward. And anyone who's played a lot of the game is gonna know what I'm talking about, because whenever you go into one of those big corkscrew sections, and you come out the other side going in the opposite direction, Sonic, like, screeches to a halt right away. Whereas in this, it feels like they tried to make it that when you switch directions, he's already going in that direction. Maybe I'm just used to dealing with it, though, and I'm making it seem more elegant than it is. Oh, this is a new camera angle, sort of. I think I like it. Makes it easier to see what the hell is, like, actually going on. In the original, there's actually an issue with, like... You might not know that the ceiling is caving in right away, just with the way the camera works. I think that was overall more elegant, except for the end. It kind of clicked back into place oddly. This is going to be nasty, because I'm not going to have any rings. Yep. Oh, I'm not dead. It's fine. Tails, no. You don't understand. Good work, Tails. Coming in clutch your one moment of the game. Alright, moment of truth, right? Yeah, these are definitely the PC tracks. Oh, I found a glitch. Maybe not. It felt like I still had supersonic momentum there for a second. Like I still had supersonic jump height for like one jump. Maybe I'm crazy though. I'm gonna drop a hot take for you guys real quick. I don't really like classic Carnival Night that much anyway, so... I don't think I particularly care, if I'm being honest. I thought there was a special stage there. I think Ice Cap is the one that's gonna hurt, right? This is, like, okay. I don't hate it. I really like that Supersonic has a different button, like in Mania. Because sometimes you just don't want to activate it, you know? I wonder why they decided to change the music. There's more new sprites. Love to see it. More new sprites. You love to see it. Supersonic had a lot of sprites in the original where it was just... They just recolored Sonic really quick and called it a day. So I consider that a nice little adjustment. It's one of those things that's like, it's just kind of better, right? You can't really complain and be like, oh, I can't believe they got rid of the original sprites. It's like, there were no original sprites, so what are you talking about? It's fine. See, honestly, this one shouldn't scroll. This could fit on one screen, which would probably make it easier to deal with. It's already easier to deal with because you can see the boss at all times. I forgot that can happen. I should maybe not let stuff like that happen. I just didn't want it to be too easy. It's fine. Oh, excuse me? Okay, I'm bad. I forgot it was gonna bounce. I'm bad at, like... You guys know from when I played... Well, okay. I played Celeste a long time ago. But anything where, like, obstacles are bouncing around and ricocheting like that, I'm typically really bad at it. I have a hard time reading trajectory like that in, like, a quick manner. Good, because I was about to be in a really bad place. Did they speed up his crouch and look up animations? Am I crazy? They feel, like, really fast in this. I love the, go so fast the screen can't catch up move. It's always fun. Okay. And now the downside of there being widescreen is that there's gonna be enemies taking shots at you that you didn't even know were there. Imagine Mega Man X3 in widescreen. Those enemies are already, like, the frame they are on screen, they're taking shots at you. And it would be even worse in widescreen. That would be a nightmare. Oh, hey, he has different crouch and looking up animations on while spinning now, too. I think that helps to actually make it clear what the hell's happening here. In the original, he just stands there, so if you're even if you're watching it, you're gonna be like, "What am I what's going on right now?" A special stage ring there, but I don't particularly need it. I'm guessing since you have a different button for Supersonic that it means you can use it when you have a shield now? Sure as hell can. Except it immediately... Why did it immediately disable like that? What was that? For a second I thought maybe I double pressed it and you can disable it manually, but you can't. Was it because I was landing on the barrel? That was strange. I guess... Wasn't... Did Supersonic just use the invincibility music in the original game? I think that's maybe... likely? Maybe that's why they decided to add a new one. But I also think I might be crazy and that might not be the case. I was gonna say for a second that I didn't know where I was, but never mind, I know where I am. I always thought that was a weird little obstacle. I guess because they didn't want you to miss hitting the switch. Like, if I had to guess, that was an instance of... I'm a big fan of that sprite in particular. Just because, like, look how much work had to go into that. Because they couldn't just mirror him, right? Since it's, like, an asymmetrical pose. I love stuff like that that just shows that they were willing to put extra work in. I messed it up. I'll take that. There's all this stuff in the walls that I never knew was there. Yay, widescreen. Yeah, I like this track. This track's pretty cool. I will say, I don't know if it's like the instruments they used or something, but the new tracks don't sound like Sonic 3 music. Does that make sense? It almost feels like it doesn't fit in correctly. And that's probably what people don't like about the new Carnival Night and Ice Cap and Launch Base tracks. Also, this area does still scroll. They're not necessarily bad, they're just... It doesn't fit with the rest of the Sonic 3 sound. They just feel out of place. Is there always a pit to the right there? Also, the cannon didn't keep me busy as long as it does in the original. Yeah, the new instruments just... I wouldn't even say that they're bad, but again, they don't fit. They don't match the game. I don't think he ever looked up before the avalanche fell before. I think that's new. I think this is the track that I remember really liking. Go ahead and hit it. Yeah, that sprite looks ridiculous. Okay, that one's not great. Not a big fan of that one. There we go. Wanted that one up. That sprite is bad. Like, that one could have used a little bit more work, I think. And we're gonna see it a lot in this stage, so, sorry, not sorry, I guess. I wonder if you can still do the wraparound death. Or if they fixed that. We're about to find out. Looks like it's fine? I don't know, maybe it doesn't happen all the time in the original, though. There's definitely a thing where if you, like, crouch while you're riding that thing, sometimes the camera wigs out and then the game just kind of kills you, because it doesn't know what else to do. They probably fixed that, though, if I had to guess. It feels like there's a little bit of snap on those platforms, too. It's maybe difficult to explain, but it feels like they give you a momentum boost just as you're about to hit them. Just to make them less awkward, perhaps. Yeah, sadly, we didn't get to actually listen to that one very long, my bad. I guess since I can avoid using Supersonic, I should do that more often. For these courses in particular. Well, that was just dumb. I don't think I ever knew this was up here. Widescreen is just a fucking blessing, dude. Yeah, I actually like this track. This one seems fine. It, again, maybe doesn't sound like Sonic 3 music is maybe a bit of the problem. Whoa. Yeah, it does sound like Rystar music. I was thinking the instruments sound familiar, and I couldn't place what it was. Is he always there? Well, this is gonna suck. I should have used Supersonic when I had the chance. This boss is kinda ass. Well, that was just poorly timed. That's right, he breaks his pattern arbitrarily sometimes. Good to see that's still intact. And by that, I fully mean that to sound sarcastic as fuck. I'm not a big fan. Where he just periodically is like, nah, I'm gonna do it out of order. Fuck you. Yeah, I think that's a pretty okay track. But maybe the original, like, has been stained for me a little bit, knowing that the guy, like, legitimately just stole one of his band's, songs and made it into a Sonic track. Once I knew that, it was kind of like, oh. He looks up when he's riding these now. I wonder if he also looks down when, on the ones that are running down. That would make sense. Yeah, hearing it now, they do just use this music for Supersonic ordinarily, don't they? Brings it in on par with Sonic 2, where Supersonic has his own music, so... Ow. This one doesn't even sound like Sonic music at all. Well, that was nice and stupid. Okay. This has heavy Mega Man 8 energy. I think. I think that's what I would compare this to. There's probably a better comparison, but... was close. Yeah, it's missing the, acapella, if you want to call it that. Which is maybe something I'm really addicted to right now because of Sonic Rush's soundtrack, which uses a lot of that stuff. This also doesn't feel like final level music at all. It's more like a marching band track. Like, it's just strange. Not one of my favorite bosses either. Let's just do this. Hey, it doesn't cancel out boss music anymore. That's neat. Yeah, I guess it is now officially not the final level. Like, for about a year, it was. And then it just wasn't. We can finally put that to rest, right? Some people still argue that they are different games. And it's like, no, they're not. They're one game. It was the earliest example of an expansion pack. And now that this game has included them as one game, and you could argue that Sonic Generations did it too. I think we can finally just be like, yeah, no, you guys is wrong. That was just unfortunate. There wasn't a whole lot I could do. Yeah, I don't really like this one. That was strange. I like this part, I think. Or at least I don't hate it. I don't know where I am right now, by the way. I fell off the part of the stage that I knew and wound up in a part of the stage that I don't know. It happens. Yeah, the main melody is drowned out here. I'll be curious to hear what Scarlet has to say about these, because Scarlet likes everything. Even Wily, too. So... Except for Sonic Heroes, she doesn't like Sonic... Whoa, except she doesn't like Sonic Heroes. What the fuck was that, dude? Let's see that again. No, not so lucky. That was interesting. I know what happened, but it was also like, what the fuck just happened? Blech. No, he just looks straight ahead when he's going down. Oh well. Can't win them all, I guess. I guess you can't really look down when you're riding in something like that. I'm the worst. I should have panicked and hit the supersonic button. I just don't have the muscle memory for it yet. Because of a McDonald's Happy Meal promo, I've never heard that version of it. I think I've only heard it got too big to fit on one cartridge, and because executives were like, we have to get this game out sooner rather than later. That's unfortunate. Like, it was all, like, marketing. So they were like, fine, we'll release the other half later. There's a special stage down there? The fuck? I know. Widescreen, baby! I don't know how to get to it, but... 8 rings. Oh, so it was specifically because they already had the McDonald's thing lined up, and they had to get it released. I didn't know. I don't think I knew that part. I assumed it was just they wanted to delay it, and Sega was very anti-delay at the time. That's something that's really encouraging about Frontiers, is the fact that they were willing to say, nah, this game needs another year. Because it used to be that they never did stuff like that. They were just like, nah, release it anyway. I got more than enough rings, so... I have vague memories of managing to get behind him, and I don't know how you do it. I just noticed that his eyes are still green as Supersonic in this game. Has that always been the case? Was it not yet canonical that his eyes turn red? I really like this theme. It's still repetitive, but it's got, like, a little less repetition to it. Can you fall off here? Interesting. Oh shit. They put it back, dude! That's sick! I love it. That would have been such a shame to have it be only in Knuckles' version of the game. Oh, I'm bad. What have I done? He can't do anything to me anyway. Fuck you. Oh no. He can stall until I run out of rings. That is a thing he can do. Hey Casey, how's it going? So, this is strange, because I did notice this. In the original version of the game, the jet flames are just like a solid sprite, to the point that as a kid, I don't think I knew that they were supposed to be flames. They're flickering now. Were they not showing up on the capture? They should, because I have 60 FPS capture. But they were flickering now. Which makes it a little bit more obvious of what they were supposed to be. I like that. That's a nice touch. Also a nice touch. Also a nice touch. I like everything I'm seeing right now. Point. I hate these. Hate's maybe a strong word. Got a little bit more cutscene ability here. I like it. This seems like a good opportunity to take a break and just, like, chat for a bit. Yeah, Big Arm theme is really good, and it's, like, kind of underknown. Yeah, it's a word. Because I think when you're playing Sonic 3 and does it play at all when the game is linked up? I don't think it does. Maybe it plays on maybe it plays in Death Egg Zone. Oh, were those beams invisible too? That's weird. That shouldn't be the case. They gave him a new idle animation. He's just dozing off. Okay. As I said, I don't like these. I just kind of don't know these as well as the other ones. And like I said, I'm kind of bad at, like, finding the special stages in the second half of the game. Oh, I'm bad? And I somehow managed to save it? It's completely fine. It's still Sonic 3. And, you know, I don't want to make it sound like my opinion is like objective fact or anything like that, because it isn't, but I don't know why I got coin bonuses. But it is, like, my favorite game of all time, so you think I would be... I would scrutinize these things, like, pretty severely. I like a lot of what they did. I do recall, now that you're saying it, about waiting for it to go on sale. This game is a little overpriced. For 4 games that are 30 years old, $40 is maybe a little bit steep. But... like, I feel like 30 would have been fine. I think 40 was maybe going a little far. I actually want to go turn off the anti-aliasing, because I think it looks like ass. Let's take that opportunity really quick. Oh, cool, you see Tails flying around. I don't think I noticed that before. Alright, am I crazy? How do Island Tour mode? When I was playing Sonic 3, the Death Egg was parked over there, in which I would assume is launch base, right next to Ice Cap. But now that I'm in Sonic and Knuckles, they moved it onto the top of the mountain. That's like some absurd polish, dude. That's some good stuff. Yeah, put me back in. Wonder if I can redo the special stage. Maybe? It maybe didn't save the first one I got. Yeah, I'm glad you were able to stop in, Bill. I'll be looking forward to hearing your feedback once you're able to sit down and play it. Not feedback, because that makes it sound like I can do something with the feedback, and I definitely can't. But you know what I mean. Oh yeah, Generations did have Sonic 1 in it. I forgot about that. Yeah, I think I asked somebody at the beginning of the stream, because Alexander said he got it, and I asked if he'd played any of them before. Which I think is like, it feels like a ridiculous question to ask, but on the other hand, there's probably a lot of people who haven't played them before. Now, Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 are available, like, fucking everywhere, and my hot take is that you're not missing much by skipping CD, but Sonic 3 in particular is like, unless you play it on emulator, or get it on Steam, that's basically your only options. And I don't think you can get it on Steam anymore now. I think it's now been removed because they want you to get this instead. Which is a shame because it was like $4 on Steam, which is a fucking steal. Yeah, like, if you go on, like, Twitter, people are just being overwhelmingly negative because they changed, like, 6 music tracks. And they're upset about it, even though they told us months ago that they'd probably be changing them. I feel like people are just mostly being negative. I wanted to make tonight's stream title something like Sonic Fandom Try Not to Be Negative 2022 Challenge Difficulty Level Impossible, but I couldn't get it to, like, fit in the description without making it sound like I was the one being negative. So I decided to leave it out, but yeah, from what I've seen on social media, people are just being negative about it. They're just wah wah wah. But I think that's just fucking Sonic fans, dude. I think there's a lot of I think there's two types of Sonic fans. There's multiple types of Sonic fans, but stick with me for a second. Two major types of Sonic fans, put it that way. There's the Sonic fan who hates everything because they're not just re-releasing Sonic 2. Like, they're not just making another Sonic 2 every 5 years. And then there's the Sonic fan that likes everything no matter how good it is, or how bad it is. I like to think that I'm in the middle there, and I typically enjoy myself with... I can't remember the last Sonic game I got that I was like, I'm legitimately having a bad time. Like, it's just been kind of a good time. Considering the fact that after Sonic Heroes, I stopped getting Sonic games for a while because that's how disappointing I thought Sonic Heroes was. And then I got back into it with Colors. And since then, I've been like, this is good. I'm having a good time. I'm bad. Oh, here's a question. Okay, you still cannot be Supersonic once you turn in the Emeralds. That was something I was curious about, if they maybe changed that. So I've told this story before. As a kid, I thought that Mushroom Hill was rapidly changing seasons. I thought it started in spring or summer, and then moved to fall when everything's orange, and then now it's in winter. That's not what's happening. I realized a couple years ago that that's 100% not what's happening. And I'll pick that back up in a second after we get out of this special stage. Didn't mean to be for that to be like half of a story, and then I just kind of stopped talking about it. On one hand, back on the subject of price, if you enjoy Sonic games, it's probably going to be worth it, because Sonic 3 is a big-ass game. And I think Sonic CD is, too. If you want to, like, see everything there is to see in these two games, they'll probably keep you tied up for quite some time. I think people still mostly like Colors. If anything, I think they maybe like it too much. And this is a difficult take, because I've seen people, like, take my words out of context before. I don't think Sonic Colors is bad. Where I have a problem is the fact that people criticize Sonic Forces for the exact same things that... for things that Sonic Colors does. But nobody complains about it there. So yeah, this thing is actually, like, sucking the life out of the zone. I never put that together until... Why are the balls white? That doesn't seem right. I'm bad. I'm also bad. I didn't think I was gonna get hit by those. But yeah, people criticize Sonic Forces for being... the stages being short, the game being short, the writing being cheesy, and I was like, bitch, you can beat Sonic Colors in like 10 hours too. Probably less than that if you rush. And the writing is cheesy, so how is it that Sonic Colors was considered one of the best modern Sonic games for a very long time, and Forces is considered one of the worst? When those criticisms don't line up at all. I do like Colors, though. I think it is good. But I also think Forces is good. Or at least is fun. I like that you, like, kind of hop up onto the ship now. It's a nice little bit of polish. Yeah, I don't know why those were inverted. That was really weird. Just goes to show you that even the classic Sonic games aren't immune to weird glitches. Now, people were very vocally against Sonic Colors Ultimate when it came out, even though they were taking, like, some very extreme cases and treating it like the norm, which was kind of unfair. Like, basically, one guy found a really severe glitch, and then everyone was like, oh, this is, like, basically the worst game ever made. Even though that one guy wasn't even able to duplicate it that easily, if I recall correctly. It's honestly amazing to me that Sonic is able to persevere through the fact and Sonic and Sega are able to persevere through the fact that people just, it's almost a meme to, like, just to hate on Sonic. Like, you saw what happened with Frontiers. People didn't even hesitate. Okay, that was strange. Now, I guess what makes it work is that there's also a lot of fans that will like everything, and, you know, they legitimately think Sonic Heroes is good and shit like that, so I guess that's what balances it out. Ass. But I do think it suffers from a bit of that nostalgia problem that a lot of franchises suffer from. I think there's a lot of people that are like, if it's not Sonic 2, it's bad, and if you change anything about Sonic 2, it's bad. I'm realizing that purists are toxic as hell. And I think I noticed this when, is this when you can push? I think I noticed this when the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters came out, because I follow someone on Twitch who's like, Final Fantasy 1 is like his game. He does speedruns of it, he does randomizers of it, he just like, he plays it once a fucking day. And when the Pixel remasters came out and people were like, hey, you're gonna play the Pixel remasters, right? And he was like, no. No, because it's not the original game. And I was like, what? You're not even gonna try it? No. Because it's not the, if it's not the original, then why would I play it? And I lost, like, a lot of respect for him at that point. Because I was like, so you're a fan of this one game, and you're not a fan of the brand. And I guess that's my thing with a lot of stuff, is like, I'm a Sonic fan. I'm not a Sonic the Hedgehog 2 fan. I'm a Sonic fan. I'm a Mega Man fan. I'm not a Mega Man 2 fan. And in that moment, I was like, oh, so he's a Final Fantasy 1 fan. He's not a Final Fantasy fan. And there's not necessarily anything wrong with that, unless you're, like, deliberately avoiding even giving anything else a chance. Like, if you've tried them all and you're just like, yeah, this is just the one I like the most, then it's like, there's nothing wrong with that. But he was just like, no, I'm not even going to, like, give it a shot. And I was like, damn. How do you, like, live? How do you live in a world where you're just like, the best game ever made, and the only game that matters to me came out 30 years ago, and, like, how depressing is that? Like, you have nothing to look forward to then, right? It's just, anyway. To be fair, it's a very extreme attitude, and I don't think there's... Well, there's probably a lot of people that have that opinion, but still. As I say, I don't know where to go now. This was, that's a fun special stage to me, because I never knew it was there until I discovered it in Mania. They recreate that section in Mania. which got me to check to see if it was here in this version. But yeah, so far, I'm like, this is still Sonic 3. This is, like, still everything that makes me say this is my favorite game ever. Will it replace playing the original version for me? I don't know. I do like a lot of the little bits of polish that they've added. I think the only thing that I haven't liked is I do think that the launch-based theme was kind of whatever. I liked the Ice Cap theme. Carnival Night was kind of whatever, but like I never really cared that much about Carnival Night in the first place, so that one didn't really affect me. Oh my god, I'm bad. It's a surprisingly tricky thing to get through. No, I wanted to do this first because it was either this or the story mode first. But I wanted to do this first because this is what everyone's going to be talking about, and I didn't want to have any of these changes spoiled. I wanted to experience them for myself and not be stuck in Sonic CD's garbage-ass level design and then have somebody blurt out like, oh yeah, they added cutscenes between Launch Base and Mushroom Hill, it's really cool. And then I would have, like, been robbed of that surprise of like, oh wow, cool. And oh, they added Big Arm back. Like, I didn't want to have stuff like, which I thought sounded ridiculous, but now that I've seen that they did add stuff that were cool additions, I'm glad that I did it this way. We'll probably do story mode tomorrow. Because I am planning on... This is basically our last hurrah before I take some time off for GDQ next week. Which will be my last hurrah before Monster Hunter consumes my life for the next month. Does come back, right? It's a good way to end the fact that we've been playing a lot of Sonic stuff lately, as well. Again, before I'll only be playing Monster Hunter for the next month, and I lose a bunch of subscriptions. I'm, like, half joking, because I probably won't actually lose subscriptions as a result of it, but... It is a bit of a blah thing that, like, Monster Hunter Rise didn't do very good for my channel, so I'm, like, almost not looking forward to playing a lot of Sunbreak. I'm worried that it's gonna not cause issues, but maybe it'll perform better than Rise did. Guess I can hope. it was very strange because Generations performed very well back when that came out, but YouTube was in a different place at the time, I guess. Coincidentally, and you might be interested in this, Casey, I don't know if you saw this. Twain told me yesterday that apparently Twitch is changing their TOS. I lost the word there for a second. And they're making it that restreaming is actually okay. You're actually allowed to restream now. So that kind of got me thinking that maybe I should start restreaming. I don't really want to, though, is the thing, because there's other problems other than just Twitch not liking it. But apparently they're walking that back, and they're saying it's fine now. Probably because they realized that YouTube's not a fucking threat anyway, so who cares? They're policing something that effectively didn't matter. But I don't know if that's something that you might be interested in pivoting to. Oh, does the spot exist? They took the spot out! Is that's where it is, right? There used to be this little hole in the wall there that you could, like, go into for no particular reason. I guess it makes sense. They probably took it out, like, without realizing it, just in recreating the hitboxes of everything. Hey, they redid his graphics, kind of? It doesn't look as ridiculous as it once did. He also stays spinning a hell of a lot longer. Yes, this boss in general is animated a lot better. And I'm sure they actually replaced him with Egg Robo in Knuckles' playthrough. Hey, right. It's raining heavily. I hate you. I missed that, like, week I had where it was raining, like, every day. That was pretty pog. It's still been really overcast here lately. It just hasn't really been raining. It was supposed to storm last night, and it stormed for, like, I think 5 minutes, and then it was done. And I was like, that's just unfortunate. You can't just tell me it's gonna storm and then have that be all it's gonna be. But yeah, anyway, I guess I'm pretty tempted to try out restreaming solely because of the fact that I'm gonna be playing a lot of Monster Hunter, and it just didn't do well on YouTube when Rise came out. So I'm kind of like, well, maybe I should do that and see if it goes better on Twitch. But yeah, there's other complications, like the chat thing we talked about at one point. I'd have to resolve that in some way. Well played. I think Twin said he's thinking about trying to do it again to see how it goes. I don't think I knew this was here. Neat. Yeah, Multiverse hit yesterday. I rewatched it last night and caught up on Miss Marvel because I was a week behind on that. I think they said that the making of Multiverse of Madness is going to be out on the 1st. I'm really looking forward to watching that because that movie had some just really cool visual design. And I want to hear about, like, what their thought processes were on it and everything. I think it's going to be super interesting to watch. I also heard that the director's commentary is apparently really interesting. But that's not on Disney Plus yet. Yeah, Miss Marvel's 3 episodes in, baby. It's pretty good so far. I'm enjoying it. I was not expecting to like it. This is probably the first one that I was really hesitant about, and I was like, I don't think I'm gonna like this one, but I'm having a good time. And I think part of that, to be fair, is, like, it's got a strong, like, ethnic focus, because it talks about, like, you know, I don't know exactly. Are they Pakistani? Talks a lot about, like, their religion and their history and stuff, and I don't know anything about that sort of stuff, so I find it really interesting. Can I reproduce that? No, not quite. That's strange. Hey, Scarlet. I am, you probably won't be able to see it for a while, Scarlet, but I'm going to be very eager to see what you have to say about some of the changes they've made in this. Did you pick it up yourself? Are you going to pick it up yourself? Maybe you already have set opinions. Apparently you're the only maniac who just drop dashes everywhere. Drop dashing's awesome. Yeah, I don't think you can drop dash in this game, though. I don't think they added it into this. Ass. Probably because of the... You already have double jump functionality in this game, so... Can you? How? Oh, you just continue to hold it. I didn't know that. Neat. I think because I thought they said it was gonna be a thing that you had to toggle in options. And I didn't see it in options anywhere, so I just assumed it wasn't a thing, I guess? Whee! There you go. Now we're just doing it. I'm assuming only Sonic can do it, right? Come on. Work with me here, Korg. It's even in the regular versions, too. Yeah, purists are gonna hate this collection, from what I understand, because they change a lot of stuff, and I don't think you can turn any of it off. So purists are gonna be like, this is garbage. Just because it's different. But whatever, that's their problem, is kind of the way I should be looking at it, I guess. Fuck you? I disagree. Oh, can you play as Sonic and Tails in all of the games now? I knew you could play as Tails in the first game, but I didn't know you could play as them as a pair. I jumped straight into Sonic 3 because I wanted to see what they did to my baby. We'll do story mode tomorrow, I think. You meant 2 and 3? Oh, right, because in 3 you could only do it with 2-player before, right? So I guess they changed that. And in 2 he couldn't fly at all, so I'm guessing he can now. Yeah, there's a bunch of nice little quality of life changes. I like that Super Sonic has a button now and stuff like that. Carnival Night was okay. I don't really care for Carnival Night that much to begin with, so I'm kind of neutral on that one. Ice Cap, I actually like the new Ice Cap. That was probably the one I liked the most. Launch Base, I'm not a big fan of. And I like the new Super Sonic music. I think that's super cool. No pun intended. And I like that, they put Big Arm back, too. I thought that was also super cool. I kinda, like, semi-called that one because I realized, like, since you can't play the games separate in this, that only Knuckles would ever get to fight it, and I was like, that kinda sucks. So I think it makes a lot of sense to add that back in. I actually thought I was gonna get squished. I mentioned that, like, I think Ice Cap hurts the most, because that track is really good. But on the other hand, once I found out that the guy, like, ripped off one of his band's songs and turned it into Ice Cap, it lost a bit of its, a little bit of its, excellence to me. But of the three, I do think it's still probably the strongest one. Launch Base is good, but I wouldn't say it's, like, because of the melody. Does that make sense? They're maybe okay with it, but it's still just kind of, I don't know. To Wing Fortress. I could see that, I guess. My criticisms was that the music doesn't sound like Sonic 3 music. It just sounds out of place. Like, they're not bad tracks. It's just, they just sound like they don't belong here. Which I think is maybe just the instruments they used. Do 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 do. Did you play any of the other ones, Scarlet, or did you just play this one? I thought I made a mistake. I'm actually not completely sure where I am right now, if I'm being honest. Which is amazing to me that despite the fact that I've played this game so much, that there's still, like, I can wind up in parts of the stage where I'm like, I don't know where I am. You started story mode. Yeah, I think that'll be... I think tonight we'll go through this, and we'll probably also do a Knuckles playthrough. Oh, hey, look at that. We should have time for both. You can choose to just leave? I didn't know that. Is that new? I didn't mean to do that. Well, fuck. That sucks. I don't know if that's a thing you could do in the original game. I was just trying to decide which one I wanted to do. I was just running around. You can stand on top of him? Was this always a thing you could do? How am I still discovering new shit about this game 30 years after its release? It's amazing to me. I feel like a lot of modern games, I can't do this. Now, granted, that in particular might have been something that... Because we talked about this earlier. These aren't ports. From what I read they completely reconstructed the game. So there's a bunch of, like, little things like that that might have not might have not existed before. Another reason Twitter hates this because it's not Mania 2. Yeah! People are stupid about shit like that, too. Like, I actually saw people complaining about the Xenoblade Direct because it wasn't showing, like, Breath of the Wild. And I was like, are you dumb? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? People don't even hesitate to get mad about dumb shit these days. And then when you call them out, they try to act like you're the one that's being a dick. Which is maybe the thing that really bothers me. I firmly believe we need to normalize, like, calling people out for being fucking stupid, and not have them be like, oh, why are you being so rude? Yeah, I saw the Frontiers data mine, which was like, what? It's because apparently they used the Frontiers engine to make, like, the main menu or something? Which I guess kind of makes sense. But it's still kind of strange. Nice. I kind of hate data miners. Have I ever mentioned that? It bothers me that there are people who are, like, legitimately, like, we don't want other people to be surprised. We want to spoil it all. Like, that's, like, what is wrong with you? Okay, apparently you can leave the area now. It wasn't anything big, from what I... pun intended. From what I saw, it was mostly... I won't even go into it if you're trying to avoid it. But it wasn't anything that made me go, like, oh shit, I'm sorry that I read that. I shouldn't have done that. Like, I read it, and I was just kind of like, yeah, okay, and? That's not that surprising. Which is another thing that bothers me, because it's like... people like Sonic enough to go ballistic over the smallest piece of information, yet whenever a game is shown, they're like, this looks like ass. Like, they want to be excited about it, but they also want to hate everything? It's fucking annoying, dude. Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah, I think data mining it, like, after the fact and finding unused stuff can be interesting. But yeah, it's when they find, like... when a demo is released, and they're just like, we're not even gonna play it, we're just gonna data mine it. And, like, rip the final cutscenes and shit. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, why? And it's that whole instant gratification thing. It's that people don't want to, like, play it. They just want to know everything. They just want to know everything about it. Or be hyped about it. I think, like, hype is kind of a dangerous thing these days. Because I think there's a lot of people that, like I said, they don't want to, like, have the game. They just want to be excited about it. I don't really want to be in here, if I'm being honest. I'm just gonna take the L, or maybe not, because the game isn't gonna let me take the L. Let me out, thank you. Yeah, that is true. When it comes to data mining in particular, developers should just be more careful. They seem to think that, like, I guess... maybe someone won't data mine it. And it's like... it's very naive. Nice, nice, nice. I think we're gonna need those coins for Sonic 2, probably. Maybe Sonic CD. I'm not super familiar with those special stages, whereas 2s, I'm just like, I know I'm bad at these. And really, what it comes down to is if people want to spoil themselves, that's fine. I'm not mad that they're spoiling themselves. What I get upset about is the fact that it gets talked about so much. Because people will think that if they're okay with spoiling things for themselves, that means everybody's okay with having everything spoiled. And they'll just talk about it without even thinking. They'll just be like, we're just allowed to talk about this, right? I thought I'd be okay. I thought I'd sneak past. I was wrong. And that's what needs to stop. People need to acknowledge that just because you like to spoil everything for yourself doesn't mean everybody has read all of the information already, and that it's just free to talk about. Could the split-second shield always deflect those bullets? It's not that they're not allowed to talk, they just have to be aware of who they're talking to, and if that person is okay with having every little bit of everything spoiled. People just need to be more self-aware in general. I think in society today, a lot of people are just unapologetically not self-aware. Everybody thinks that they're a main character, and that, like, needs to stop, I think. People just have to think more about, like, if I say this, what are other people going to think? I think a lot of people don't do that. A lot of people are just like, fuck them. I'm just gonna say it. I think that's a lot of why I don't use Twitter more often, because whenever I'm thinking about making a tweet, I'm like, okay, how are people going to react to this? What are people going to think if they read this? Are they going to not like it? Are they going to not like it, but I feel like they need to hear it anyway? And then at least, oh god, at least like 50% of the time, I just decide not to make the tweet. Probably more than 50% of the time, really. Because I'm like, no, people aren't gonna like this. And I'm just kind of being an ass, just for the sake of being an ass. Maybe not an ass, but like a grouch might be a better way of putting it. And a lot of the issue, too, and this isn't just like a Twitter thing, this is a thing I've seen on YouTube as well, a lot of people just don't know how to hold a conversation, period. And I think that's also something that needs to stop. Like, it's okay to, like, disagree about something without it turning into just, like, a flame war. This is probably one of the better runs I've ever had in regards to picking up the Super Emeralds. I'm only one short. I'm probably not gonna get it by the end, but that's not bad. You're pretty bad at that in general. I'm just gonna say it, you're also young though, aren't you? And I think a lot of young people haven't quite figured that out yet. When I was your age, I didn't have that figured out yet. The problem is that there's a lot of adults that don't know how to have a fucking conversation, and they should really be better at it by now when they've been alive for 30 plus years. I'm bad. Yeah, that's basically what I mean. people hear that you don't like a thing, and instead of being like, well, why don't you like that thing? I'm curious. Like, remember when I kept saying when I was playing Sonic Heroes, like, I'm legitimately curious how people think this is good? Or how they could like it? Because I am. I'm curious. I don't think they're just objectively wrong, it's just I'm curious how they are able to tolerate it more than I am. And a lot of people can't do that. A lot of people just be like, differing opinions? You're wrong. It's not a matter of like, well, why? It's just, you're wrong. And that's why I'll get so aggressively against certain things, like, say, Breath of the Wild. Because for a while there, and it is a little bit better now, but for a while there, if you said you didn't like Breath of the Wild, people would just be like, you're wrong. It wasn't a matter of, why don't you like it? I'm curious. Or people saying, like, well, why do you like it? I'm curious. It was just, you don't like it? You're wrong. Also, that death sucked. That also sucked. Why am I bad? Can I stop running into everything? Apparently not. Can confirm, apparently not. You know, this is very abrupt. But I'm very overdue for taking a break. I should have paused at the end of Act 1, but I was like, I can't stop. I have to keep playing. But I won't be long. It'll be a pretty short break, and then we're going to hop right back in, so stay tuned. Again, I almost dislike pausing in the middle of stages like this, but I should have taken a break, like, a while ago. So I should have done it at the end of Act 1 or like when we got that Chaos Emerald or something. But so I'll be back in just a minute, and I'm going to catch up on chat when I get back, and we'll continue that conversation as well. So stay tuned. we? $20 and you still feel like a child. You are, basically. I think society conditions you to believe that after high school you're an adult now, but no, you're not. I don't think I became an adult until like my mid-20s. That wasn't until I started to like understand life on like a grander scale. So the other thing I was gonna say is that I think another problem that people have is that they think if they like something that it's infallible. So that is part of why they can't have conversations, because they're like, ooh, are we actually gonna do this? Because then if they like a game and someone points out something that they don't like about it, instead of like thinking about it and being like, oh, you know what, that's a good point, or like analyzing the statement in any way, they just reject it and they're like, no, you're wrong. Now, to be fair, a lot of people have really stupid arguments sometimes. There's no denying that. So that's sometimes a problem, where you'll hear people say something that they don't like about a game, and you're like, you're an idiot. Oh no, that was very close. I always forget where I'm going at this portion. There we go. Yeah, I think growing into adulthood is definitely... it varies from person to person. Some people probably hit it a lot sooner than others, depending on just... some people probably are fully functioning adults at 18 and have just figured it out. Or they might have been forced to figure it out. Hell, there's still a lot of people in their 30s who I would argue are not, like, adults yet. That just don't know what they want out of life or anything like that. And I think that's a large part of being an adult, is, like, understanding what you want out of life. Like, what do you want to do with yourself? What do you want to grow old doing? What are the passions you want to chase and stuff like that? And there's a lot of people in their 30s and 40s who still don't know that. I actually have a friend that recently, and by recently I mean in the last year, decided to go back to college in, like, their 20s, and they were, like, not feeling super good about it. And I was like, you know what? Like, I respect that, like, so much. Because that shows that it's... I think it's very brave to say, like, I want more out of my life. And have the guts to, like, chase a dream like that. And a lot of people can't do it. A lot of people will be stuck in a dead-end job until their late 40s, and then they just snap one day. I think that's how a lot of midlife crises happen. Because they didn't bother to, like, fight to be happy earlier. And then just one day they were like, God damn it, I'm not happy. I consider this to be, like, the beginning of the final act. This is when the game starts to get, like, very epic and cinematic. What fucking hits does he take? Does he always take this many hits, or do they make this longer? Hasn't he taken like 12 hits already? 14, holy hell. Unless I suck at counting, which is possible. It's very quiet. You're 18, you can't even drive? I don't drive. It's fucked up that society uses that as a measurement of how much of an adult you are, in my opinion. Hey Joel, how's it going? Oh, that makes sense. Could you always go this way? This is the way Knuckles comes in, I guess? I don't think you were able to come up here before. Maybe I never tried. Alright, we're gonna try and do one of these. Yeah, exactly. Scarlet's nailed it. It became something that's necessary to live your life, which I think is kind of screwy. Why? So we can funnel more money towards the automobile industry, basically. It's just an example of society being run by greed. You son of a bitch. Fuck. And Hero's trying to get enough rings to hyper it up. You hate to see it. You can still just run face first into him if you're not careful, okay? Okay. Yeah, and Guy lives in a situation where he can basically walk everywhere. You'd like to have a place of employment within walking distance. Yeah, it's one thing I miss about where I lived in Virginia, is that I could, like, walk everywhere, and that was just really nice. Like, there were places to eat, there were places to, like, you know, get groceries. Here, not so much. I do think there's, like, there's a restaurant downtown, I think. I've never been there, believe it or not. I've lived here how long, and I've never gone to eat there. I probably should. I think the only shops are, like... There's a gas station downtown that has a shop, but that's not like a, oh god. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a place you could go for groceries. Even in a pinch. You could maybe get, like, some snacks or something. That's about it. They replaced this with the mini-boss music? That's interesting. I guess it makes sense. This boss is so much easier in widescreen when you can when you can leave the boundaries of the stage. Same goes for Sonic 1 in widescreen. Yeah, if anything, I don't have, like, a phobia with driving or anything. That's not what stopped me. But honestly, sometimes I'm like, man, I could be afraid of other people. Like, I'm not afraid of driving myself, but other drivers make me nervous, for sure. Like, if other people were afraid of other drivers, I'd be like, that's fair. One of the downsides with where I lived in Virginia is you could walk everywhere, but it was a tourist town. So during the summer, there were tourists everywhere, and there were bad drivers everywhere. And even as a pedestrian, I was like, yeah, I wouldn't blame people for being afraid of other drivers. They're idiots, and they just do whatever the fuck they want. They think they can just make up the rules. Like, it's kind of terrifying. Easy. Yeah, my grandma lived in New Jersey when I was little. And I remember that being a pretty common summer destination. She lived, like, at the shore, too, so... at the beach. She lived in Ocean City. Ow. I was pretty sure there was one there. Also, hey LML, how's it going? Boing. Boing. Yeah, it doesn't feel like a 2-hour movie. I think because it's very intense. There's no breaks. It doesn't, like, stop at all. It just goes. Apparently Thor's only gonna be, like, 2 hours as well. Which I'm kind of in support of them making some of the movies a little bit shorter. They don't all need to be, like, these 3-hour spectacles. Maybe not more dangerous, but comparable. Yeah. The difference is that people, like, there's... Are they dangerous? Yes, but the big difference is that people don't get cars with the goal of hurting people. They have a practicality element to them, too. Bum, bum. Yeah, I guess this is fine. I'll take that. Ass. Ow. Yeah, I guess I should hit this. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Ah, catch up with chat moment. Yeah, that's true, Scarlet. Like I said, people don't get a car with the goal of hurting people, but people are typically very... whatever. Like, they don't take it seriously, which is the problem. What I would argue is that, like, I don't think there needs to be, like, car safety or anything like that. Let me put it that way. But I do think that licenses should be more policed than they are. I've known more than a couple of people in my lifetime that should not be allowed to drive. But I don't think you, like, I think you do have to, like, reapply for your license every now and then, right? But it's not as frequent as I think it should be. Especially, like, with the lack of better way of putting it, the older you get, the more you should be, like, have to regularly prove that you're still capable of operating a vehicle. And honestly, I would be in firm support. I know people are gonna be like, oh, but our freedoms. But I would honestly be in support of them, like, watching people, like, monitoring people driving. And if people do something stupid, take their license away. Like, I'd be in full support of that. Oh, we caught you looking at your cell phone? Like, at a red light? Well, strike one. Because the unfortunate issue is that if you have to go in, like, once a year and retake the test to kind of prove that you're still competent to control this several-ton killing machine, is people are going to be on their best behavior during the tests, is kind of what it's going to come down to. So you'd really have to monitor them at all times, and that's when people are going to be like, but my privacy. Or my freedom, rather. And that's when I'm like, I don't know. If the cost of freedom is people dying due to negligence, I think it's a little too expensive. You don't need the emeralds to get here, no. You need the emeralds to get to Doomsday. And even then, do you? You don't need the super emeralds to get to Doomsday. I would assume that you need the regular 7 emeralds to get to Doomsday. Also, hey, Volpe. Cell phone license. I don't know if there should... Sometimes I do think there should be an internet license. That you should have to prove that you're capable of functioning on social media without being a total ass clown. I don't remember either, Volpe. Oh, because Casey mentioned that he can't drive yet, and I said that I also cannot drive, and then we started talking about how fucked up it is that society uses the measurement of can you drive a vehicle as if you're an adult or not, which is kind of fucked up. So that's not a new sprite, but he's, like, rotating now? I didn't notice that earlier. I'm pretty sure even if you sacrifice the emeralds, I think you can still get into Doomsday. Because I've done it before. This is the rare case of, like, I usually do not have every super emerald at this point in the game. I usually have to backtrack and get them, because I'm really bad at finding the special stages in, the second half. So I've pretty frequently done that stage without having all of the super emeralds. I don't think I've ever tried to get this far without having all the chaos emeralds, though. I probably did it when I was a kid, before I, like, knew what the fuck I was doing. But that was, you know, an eternity ago, because I'm old. Despite the fact that society would probably say you can't drive, so you're not an adult. So, Volpe, I'm hoping you didn't watch the Xenoblade Direct. The first, like, 5 minutes were, like, just, here's plot! And I was like, dude, I don't want to know plot. I'll figure that out when I play the game. Tell me about the gameplay. I tried really hard to not pay attention when they were talking about plot. I do think that the gameplay systems look cool, though. It kind of got me back on, I kind of want to get the game again. I didn't notice that he looks up during that, too. Oh, you did? But you shouldn't have. Yeah, the only thing I picked up from the plot section that I remember was the thing about, like, they have a 10-year lifespan. Everything else I think I managed to forget about already. Because I was just really not paying attention. Because I was like, I do not want to know too much about this. And like I said, I'm glad I did, because I think I might be back on I want to get this game. Because like I said, the gameplay systems look cool. And the characters look cool, too. And yeah, Scarlet, that boss is definitely a joke. Except for in Mania, when you're playing as Knuckles. Because the whole gravity thing, like, is majorly problematic when you're playing as Knuckles. I shouldn't have popped Hyper here, by the way. That was dumb. I knew it was then or like now or never kind of thing, though. How did that not deal damage? Oh, they spoiled something from 2? And they probably assumed that anyone watching it had played it. And I didn't pick up on it, so... whatever it was is kind of like... at least they didn't outright say, hey, here's a spoiler for Xenoblade 2. You know what I mean? No, they all have hyper forms. Although I think Tails is technically still called Super. But you have to get all the Super Emeralds to get it. But yeah, Knuckles has 2 as well. But his is, like, kind of not as different? I think it looks the same. I don't know, it's been a while. I am bad? We'll find out. Knuckles is next. We gotta have our post-game clear, too. I'm the worst? Oh, in the Xenoblade 2 Direct. I getcha. Yeah, I don't... from what they did talk about with the plot in the Direct, I feel like they didn't... I feel like they just talked about, like, the premise. Like, they explained who are these characters and what's going on. I don't think they spoiled anything that was going to be, like, a major plot element or anything. Not like they did with Fire Emblem Three Houses before that came out, for example, where they were just like, surprise, there's like, there's gonna be a time skip. And we were like, excuse me? You just said that? Like, how do you just say that? Let me focus for a minute here, since I'm, very low on health. So they always play this music here, right? I'm bad. That's why I said I needed to focus. Yeah, they always play this music here. Yeah, the issue is that Tails and Knuckles kind of just glow. They don't change colors like Sonic does. That's the case in Mania as well. Like, Sonic becomes gold and everyone else is just like, I'm glowing now. But yeah, it's the same, like, format. Like, you get the 7 Chaos Emeralds, Knuckles becomes Super Knuckles. You get the 7 Super Emeralds, he becomes Hyper Knuckles. But it's like, visually, I think they're basically the same. It still says it, but it, like, doesn't really mean anything. And then Tails just doesn't get anything for the Chaos Emeralds, and then he gets Super Tails for the Super Emeralds. That was close. Also, Theo, thank you for that super chat. Unless, of course, they changed any of that in this version. I guess is worth saying. Which, if you know if they did or not, I'd say keep that to yourself. We'll find out. I've really enjoyed, like... God damn, I'm bad. I've really enjoyed, like, seeing this stuff for myself. I'm glad I wasn't, like, looking on Twitter to see information about the game. I don't have any rings, Theo. That's not how it works. Also, this game is really quiet, so the volume change was a dead giveaway. I did always like, and still do like, with Super Sonic, that it's like, it doesn't trivialize things. Because if you use it with poor timing, and die, well, guess what? You're not going to be able to use it again. I think that's what keeps it balanced, is that you have to manage your rings to make sure that you can actually use it. Similar to Boost, I guess. Boost is the same way, right? You can't just use it all willy-nilly. Ah, it was too early. Wow, did they change the timing of that, or am I just bad? I think I'm just bad, don't get me wrong. I'm not, like, trying to look for an excuse. I think I'm just doing a poor job. But I also feel like I can usually autopilot this better than I currently am. Also, this robot doesn't have the Stash Smasher, and it should. I gotta find time that we can watch that movie again on Discord some night. I just don't know when that's gonna be. Maybe on Saturday. I don't know if I'm going to stream on Saturday or not. I was going to, due to the fact that I'm going to be off Sunday through Wednesday, but I don't know. We'll see how the rest of tonight goes and tomorrow. Oh god. Are you kidding me? Just poorly timed jump. Have died to that before. Just not often. Yeah, this isn't the original Volpe. They haven't changed anything in that regard, aside from the fact that Sonic 3's final boss, when you have the game connected, you never fight it. It's just taken out of the game. And they added it back in this version, which is, I think, super cool. The only person that gets to fight it in the original game is Knuckles when the games are linked. I thought that was going to actually hit me and I was going to die. No, this is Sonic 3. Which, hot take, despite the fact that the Sonic 2 final boss has been reused like 73 times, I think this final boss is better. By like a long shot. I don't like Sonic 2's final boss very much. Sonic 2 and I have a pretty, like, complicated relationship. Just because, like, it's fine. I don't think it's a bad game, but I think it's pretty overrated. Like, I think it's just okay. Whereas a lot of people are like, it's pretty much the best thing that's ever been made ever. There must be, like, something slightly different with the physics here. I don't think I've ever had this amount of trouble on that phase. Usually I just hold right and everything's fine. Something feels different here. I think that's why I'm having problems with the fact that I can't autopilot this, because there's just something, just due to the fact that it's reconstructed and not a port, it's just, like, slightly different, which is enough to screw things up. And just make it feel, like, wrong. Not necessarily bad, just just have to adjust to it. Jumped too early there. I thought I jumped too late there. That thing has a surprisingly forgiving hitbox. Too early? Maybe not. Yeah, so it's really funny. Yuji Naka tweeted out today, because he got the game, and he just casually tweeted out, "Oh my god, they removed Michael Jackson's music." And everyone was like, we've been conspiracy theorying this bullshit for 30 years, and he just casually tweeted it out and confirmed it. Like, what the fuck? It was so funny. He, like, didn't even hesitate. He was just like, yeah, that's a thing. I was like, that's really funny, dude. if I had to guess, I was talking to a friend of mine about this. Yeah, it was like a little scarier than it is in the original version. Not entirely sure what they did. I'm guessing that in reconstructing it to fit widescreen, that it's just slightly different. They changed the sound. He just makes the normal sound now. I'm guessing the thing is that they have to pay the Michael Jackson estate royalties whenever they use the music, and they just don't want to do that anymore. I'm guessing that's what happened. Maybe they've been trying to negotiate that, and, like, the estate is being, like, difficult about it or something. I don't know. Nice set of rings. I'd love to see it. Yo. Have I ever gotten a 1-up during this section? I probably have, but still. That missed? Really? Are you serious? Oh, my bad. Uh-oh, my bad again. Jerk. Man. I actually feel like he's faster in this version, as in Sonic is. I think that's my imagination, though. Easy peasy. Oh yeah, there's new ending music too. Which is strange. Why'd they replace this instead of just using the version from Sonic and Knuckles? They already had one that was safe to use there, right? But yeah, Volpe, in recent years, we've had, like, more and more evidence to basically say, yeah, we're pretty sure that Michael Jackson was involved with this music. But it was still kind of like, there's a chance that maybe he isn't. It's just, these are lining up really conveniently, but I think we can kind of put that to rest finally and say, yes, that's the case. Oh, there it is. There's the normal music. I guess they just use Sky Sanctuary music there ordinarily, don't they? So I guess they replaced that with the Sonic 3 ending music, but then they had to change that because that was a Michael Jackson track. I guess that's what happened. I'm gonna check before I point out this difference, because I might be crazy and remember this I might be remembering this incorrectly. Also, this is Tails' only appearance in Sonic & Knuckles, isn't it? Okay, yes, I'm not crazy. They fixed Tails' plane. In the original game, they just mirrored his plane from the beginning of Sonic 3, and so the name Sonic on the side of it was mirrored. But they fixed it here. He doesn't do that in Sonic & Knuckles. He only does that when the games are connected. In Sonic & Knuckles, Mushroom Hill's the first zone, and you just start standing there, like you would normally. I always thought it was strange that they just didn't have him playable in Sonic & Knuckles. Yeah, you wake up on the Mushroom Planet, basically. Yeah, I think it's suspected that what? Carnival Night Ice Cap, Launch Base, the ending music of Sonic 3, specifically. And then probably the mini-boss and Knuckles' original theme, because those were both changed in Sonic and Knuckles. I think it's assumed that those are all the tracks that he had something to do with. I'm pretty proud of that playthrough just because I actually got all the emeralds. He's so animated, dude. Bop. Cute. What happens if you pick continue? It just puts you back in Doomsday? Yeah. So if we select title screen, it puts us back to the beginning of the game. Okay. Makes sense. Clear. You know what time it is. So I think I only kind of found out in recent years that Knuckles' playthrough is supposed to be a post-game playthrough. Like, this happens after the fact. There's just like a renegade egg robo causing problems. And this is kind of like hard mode as well. Knuckles can't jump as high, which actually makes quite a few things more difficult than you'd expect. Easy. An online competition mode. Didn't they reconstruct that too? Nor using, like, normally sized graphics, and everything isn't downscaled anymore. No, yeah, I think the story mission island is, like, pretty undeniably, whatever the Spinball Island is called, and then the museum is Flicky Island, I believe, is, I think, what it's supposed to be. Yeah, Sonic 2 and 3 both had, like, a just basic, you can... Well, aside from the fact that you can just... One person plays Sonic and one person plays Tails, there's the competition modes, too, where you just, like, race against each other. 2 was just... Were they the same as the single-player stages, or were they just reused tile sets? I'm not completely sure on that. And then 3 actually... They actually made, like, new stages. No, yeah, the Spinball Island even has Sonic in the barrel, like, oaring around in front of it. It's 100% supposed to be the Spinball Island. I think 2 is reused tile sets. Yeah, I never, like, really played them, so... I'm not totally sure. Some of them had different music, didn't they? Wasn't that a thing? It was what? Emerald Hill, Chemical Plant, Aquatic Ruin, and Mystic Cave? Are those the ones it uses? And then this is... I know they're A, B, C, D, E. Azure Lake, Balloon Park, Chrome Gadget, Desert Palace, and Endless Mine? I don't think Desert Palace is right. Desert Ruin? Something like that. Oh, Casino Night was in there too, that's right. Because of course it was. Bum 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 bum. Ba-da-dum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Knuckles also gets access to slightly different layouts. I'm bad. Well, that's why you're gonna play him, right? Well, bad thing about going fast is sometimes you get yourself in trouble. You've played other Sonic games, right? Just not... You said you played Sonic 1, but aside from that, even. Hell. Bum, 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 bum. Different arrangement of hidden boxes for the falling sign to reveal, or... What do you mean? Oh, for the signpost at the end. I think it's just the same, but with his replacing Sonic's, isn't it? I might not be right on that, though. Oh, you haven't played Mania either? You could play Mania without playing the others. Play Generations Unleashed, Colors and Forces. I guess, what did you think of those 4 games, then, is the next question. In Adventure 2, up until you got distracted by the Chow Garden for hours. We've all been there. I actually feel bad that when I played Adventure 2 on stream a couple years ago, I didn't do the Chow Garden at all. Because it was a part of a marathon, and I was like, we have to get through all of the games, so I didn't want to, like, stop and do chows for, like, an entire stream. So I just kind of never did it. Hey, Looney, how's it going? I don't think I did chows very much in the first adventure, but in Adventure 2 I did a lot with them. Hate Forces purely for what they did to Tails. Yeah, I was saying earlier about how, like, as far as Colors goes, I think Colors is good, but the game is very short and easy, and the plot isn't, like, terribly well written. Like, it's okay, but it's kind of like Saturday morning cartoony, which is fine. And it pisses me off that those are the exact reasons why people say Forces is so bad, is that it's short and easy and that the writing is corny. And I'm like, bitch, did you even play Colors? And yet you say that's like one of the best games ever made? But regardless, what I dislike about Forces is, and Lost World as well, but mostly Forces, is they treat Tails like he's completely helpless without Sonic. And they're really just, like, disrespecting his character, and I hate it. But, we're getting different writers for Frontiers, so maybe it'll be better. Is my hope. I otherwise thought Frontier's storyline was kind of fine. I hated Tails' writing. Generations levels are really fun to me, but the story just isn't there. Yeah, again, that game is heralded as being one of the best Sonic games in recent years, and the story is just as corny as it is in Colors and Forces, and people just ignore it. But with Forces, it made it an unplayable experience, apparently. But it was also, like, nobody played that game for the story anyway, I don't think. And it's like, the story gets by. Like, it's not like it's bad. It's just very basic. And I'd honestly prefer basic over agonizingly bad and it won't shut the fuck up about itself. Like, it bothers me when a game's story is just like, I don't care, and they're making me sit through 30-minute dialogue sequences, like, constantly. That's a bigger offender to me by a long shot. Yeah, I think that's true with Forces. I think maybe it should have been... I think it was maybe an instance of... they rushed the game out. But it's still fun. The classic Sonic stages are really bad, but, like, otherwise, I think it's fun. I have fun playing it. I think the avatars are, like, low-key a guilty pleasure, like... It's kind of dumb, but it's also like, man, if I was, like, a kid, I would have fucking loved that shit. Not only making a Sonic character, but you're like buds with Sonic. You get to fist bump and everything. It's like, I probably would have loved that shit as a kid. Wish mind-controlled Tails and Colors would have been a boss fight. So that was something I wanted to see in Lost World. I feel like they, like, literally set up Lost World for Tails to be a villain. And then they backed down and were like, never mind. Like, I think Lost World was a bigger offender than Forces because I felt like it could have been something, like, really, like, just incredible. And then they just back down at the last second, and they're just kind of like, never mind. It's just Eggman again. And it's like, what? But at the same time, that disrespecting Tails writing continues then through Forces and gets substantially worse. I think the Avatar was a good idea, honestly. Would I like to see him do it again? Yeah. Would I prefer that it's just, like, normal Sonic gameplay with an Avatar? Probably, but... Would I like to see, like, more species options and stuff like that? Yeah. Like, could it be better? Yeah, but it was fun. I had a lot of fun, like, playing it on stream and just making a ton of avatars. I think most of them I made based on viewers. And then when I was speedrunning it, we got to make new avatars there too. It's just a good time. I think the worst part of Forces is just the classic stages, or the classic physics is really bad. Like, it's kind of janky in Generations, and then in Forces, it's just full tilt, like, what the fuck is this? But I also think that that might have been added last minute. And that might have been, like, a lot of the problems with Forces. So I think they were like, well, we have to have a tie-in with Mania because Mania is actually going to be successful. So they forced that in. They forced the character in, and then they also had to, like, ruin Tails and to kind of, like, have a reason for that character to be there. He's there because of Mania. Ow. If you play Mania or just, like, watch the end of it, you'll... I mean, it's... Part of me is like, oh, I shouldn't spoil it, I should let you play it, but I'm also like, it's not like a fucking... It's not that advanced of a plot. It's just... He just warps to modern day. I mean, just look at the soundtrack. A lot of the music in Forces is like 7 minutes long. And then the stages are like 1.5 minutes long. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I think that game could have been, like, actually quite good. And then maybe, yeah, they rushed it. Yeah, it's just the Ruby in Mania is the same Ruby in Forces, is really all it comes down to. That's what warps him into the future. Oh, right. I was, for a second, like, I have to slow down and wait a second for the character to show up. Oh, wait, I'm that character. My brother in Christ, you are the character. As I said earlier, you can change Carnival Night, you can change Launch Base, you can even change Ice Cap, I don't care. The important thing is that they didn't change Hydrosity, because that would have been an actual crime. I'm super dead? What have I done? I think the Hydro City fanatics just got me with karma. That was very, very fast. They didn't waste any time. They're like, what did this motherfucker just say? Whew. I didn't talk about it on stream yet, but, like, okay, so was it like last week or 2 weeks ago? I don't know if anybody saw it. Sega put out a tweet that was basically just like, how do you say Hydrosity? And it gave me a really funny idea about, like, what if a bunch of the zones were mistaken for, like, being made up words? Just like Hydrosity was? And, well, God, what were the ones I thought of? Angelisland was one of them, which would have been Angel Island, but as if you thought it was one word, so you thought it was Angelisland. And it was just a bunch of stuff like that, and I was like, I feel like there's a lot of, like, funny stuff that you can do with that. Diatheg was one. Laveref. I was like, what if you just did that with all of them? It could be really funny. It'd probably piss a lot of people off, but that would maybe just make it funnier. I think this is still perhaps, like, one of, like, the best Sonic tracks. Act 2 in particular, it's just so fucking good. I had to really avoid saying the word top tier, because then it would have immediately have been, oh god, I have to make a tier list about Sonic music, don't I? So wait. Sonic couldn't launch off the top of the screen here, but Knuckles still can? That seems really strange. Sonic hit a ceiling when I tried that earlier. And I tried it like multiple times, and every time he hit a ceiling. It's very odd. You don't know those stages, but they sound swag. It's just silly. Yeah, Marble Garden? Marble Garden? What are you talking about? It's Marble Garden. Maybe it's because of a different area. Yeah, maybe they just, like, screwed up when they were recreating the areas. I guess there's a ceiling above Sonic there, you just can't see it. I don't remember who said it earlier. I saw it, I just didn't respond to it. Yes, for whatever reason, the characters are shiny as fuck in special stages. And that's, like, just kind of a thing. Because Sonic 2 is pretty similar in that regard. Might have been Casey that said it. I see things, I just can't necessarily react to all of them. Carnival Knigget Zone? Dude, actually... it's not bad. It has the alliteration, I like it. Volpe, would it be done? Can't remember what the other one... A lot of them don't work because they end in, like, 2 consonants, so they don't, like, click together very well. I know my friend Bill that was here earlier pointed out that you could do it the opposite way with Sandopolis and make it Sandopolis. I don't know, it's stupid, it's funny, I'll probably never do anything with it. It'll probably be up there with, my idea of Mega Man not knowing that it's pronounced bass. Of just a silly headcanon thing that I bring up every now and then to have a good laugh. Oh no. You're gonna hate this. Someone's gonna hate this, and I'm gonna apologize in advance. Imagine if during the Archie crossovers that, like, Mega Man wound up in Launch Base Zone and was... Launch Bass? Huh. So stupid. I'm so sorry, but I'm also not sorry at all. Base is based. Was it Scarlet that had the idea of maybe it's meant to be abbreviated, like, his name's actually Badass and it's abbreviated like a weapon would be, as B-ass? That's really funny, too. I have a bad feeling that I messed this up. I think we'll be okay, though. No, we're alright. Ignore me. Wow. Womp womp. Womp womp. Can't tell the difference between the original and Origins. I mean, they're not, like, that different. Have you played the originals, Volpe? If you had played the originals, you'd, like, a lot, you could probably tell the difference. But most of it is, like, aside from the fact that it's widescreen, it's a lot of little polish here and there. Like, there's some extra sprites and such. Here, the debris just, like, kind of continues to fall. That didn't happen in the original. It's a bunch of little stuff like that. But otherwise, it's not, like, a complete rematch. Like, they didn't redo all of the graphics or anything. Oh, there's a bunch of rings up there, and they hesitated me, and I took damage. You hate to see it. Oh, you have played it before, but only the Sonic 3 half of it? I mean, we're in that half, but that means you never played as Knuckles, so... I don't think I knew this was up here. But on that note, I think they did a good job with this. They didn't change anything for the worst, and I think that's probably the most important thing. Aside from the music, but, like, I just think their hands were tied. I don't think there was anything they could do about it. It was either that, or continue to never re-release the games ever. There it is. It's still the game from my childhood that shaped who I am today, and one of my favorite games of all time. And it doesn't change that. You only got to Act 2 of Carnival Night, you didn't understand how to beat the level. Oh no, not the barrels. Did the barrels get you? And perhaps more obviously, this music's new. In the original, they just used the invincibility music for the super form. Which I like this new track, so I'm down for it. He doesn't explode out of the ceiling like he does in this version. There's like, it's just little stuff like that. They all come off as like, that's nice polish. And it doesn't like change anything. What's the barrel? No, the barrels. Do you know what to do with them now, like by now, or do you still, does that still haunt you? And you're like, oh god. You don't have access to the version because you had it on Wii. See, I don't. So how did we ever get a Wii release and a Steam release if? That's my big question. What exactly went wrong? At one point, they were able to, like, port this game intact, and then now they can't anymore. That's the thing that is weird to me. Did that change when Michael Jackson died? Was that the key? What year did he die in? Maybe that was the key that kind of changed everything. Oh, 09? The Wii came out in, what, like 06? That might have been it. You'd think that would make it less complicated for them to reuse it, but... Well, I hope you're looking forward to me getting to Carnival Night next, Volpe, and solving your mystery for you. Or will that just bother you because you're not able to go back and play it to actually do something about it? In which case, you might need to avert your eyes. These things are a little strange in this version. I'm not really sure what's different about them, but... Oh, alright, we're supposed to go this way. Well, Sonic 3 came out in '94, but I don't know when it came out on Virtual Console. Probably before 2009, if I had to guess. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't think this new camera angle works as well for Knuckles. It's alright. It hit Virtual Console in 07. I wonder if that's what made everything so complicated. Because the versions that do exist, that are intact, I would assume the Steam version came out before then, too. We're swimming in coins now. You love to see it. It will bother you since you can't play it. You could get Sonic Origins. To be fair, it is kind of expensive. I think I'm enough of a Sonic fan that $40 didn't, like, cause me to bat an eye. Does Knuckles even have to do the barrels, come to think of it? They might not be here in his version of the stage. Oh no, there they are. I might die if I try to do them though, so I'm not gonna dare. Skirt. I think the only ones he's up against are the ones that are moving. I don't think I'm actually gonna be able to, like, demonstrate for you. Oh, the Steam version was after that? I would just love a statement from Sega just saying, listen, here's the problem. The secrecy I'm not a big fan of. Yeah, like I said earlier, at this point, it's Yushinaka pretty much completely confirmed it, so it's like, at this point, it's really like, Sega, just admit it, man. Just say it. I don't think I'm gonna be able to demonstrate it for you, Volpe. I'm sorry. I can explain it. Ow. I mean, honestly, it's probably going to be a... You're gonna be mad about it, because it's pretty simple. I saw people making public service announcements on Twitter about it, like, hey, let's not have a repeat of the 90s. Let's just, like, remember, here's what you do. Knuckles. Holy shit. I went flying, dude. Knuckles' version of Carnival Night is also very short, so... I do like this theme. I think this theme is pretty fun. Yeah, Knuckles has different layouts. And I don't expect Volpe to go pick it up, because it is $40. He's young, he has limited income. And he has a Xenoblade game to buy in a month. So... yeah, that's true. If you haven't played Sonic 1 or 2. Is 1 on there? 1's also on there, right? That'd be kind of weird if only 2 was on there, but you could go play those at least. That was dumb. 1 isn't on there? That's weird. I'm bad. I'm impatient and bad. Nah. I don't think super highly of 2, but I don't necessarily think it's bad, so I would still say, like, yeah, go play it. You have access to it. Why not? Eh. Oh, right. This one is, like, basically the same as Sonic's Act 1, but except for that. Like, you can't go that way, you have to take a different path. Maybe? What games do you have on it? The thing on Steam is, like, kind of strange, because it's not like a collection. You buy the games individually. And unfortunately, you can't buy them anymore. I'm pretty sure they were taken down once this came out. So it's not like you just have an access... You don't just have access to, like, 50 games or something like that. If it's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, Mega Drive and Genesis Classics. Yeah, that's the one where you, like, buy them separately. It's not that... Wasn't there another Genesis collection that came out, like, a couple years ago? Which I think also had every Sonic game except for Sonic 3 on it. Yeah, it's gonna depend on, like, which ones you actually have. I think if you look under, like, the downloadable content tab for the game, it'll tell you what games you have access to. You probably have access to Sonic 1, because they used to give it away all the time. And yeah, like I said, you can't buy them anymore now. They're gone now. Because now they want you to buy these. So Volpe, on the barrels in Carnival Night, you have to use up and down momentum to, like, make them bob. Which I think they made a little bit better in this version, because they added animations. They added sprites for when you're crouching or looking up on top and spinning around on top of the barrels. So if you're watching somebody play it, you're going to be like, oh, I understand what they're doing. Whereas in the original version, they're just standing there, and you're probably like, I don't understand what's going on, or how they're doing this sorcery. Did they have any Dragon Quests on Virtual Console? I don't know. Honestly. There was a lot of stuff on Virtual Console, though. So maybe. He got me with Sonic, too. God damn it, now I have to fight this motherfucker without super form again. Oh, you only have Rise Star? I mean, that's also a good and fun game. Do you have Switch Online yet? Because like we were just talking about, 2's on there. I would love to say just get this, but like I just have to admit that 40's like a little steep. I mean, with Sonic 3 alone, I'm probably gonna get my money's worth, so I'm not really worried about it from my perspective. But I could see why other people would be like, I don't necessarily want to pick it up for that price. Ah, I just had to go for a second hit. You cocky cock. Oh, you said basic. Yeah, I didn't upgrade the N64 yet. I'm like ready to. It's just I don't have time to actually play any of the stuff I'd have access to, so I'm kind of like I might as well just wait. Well, you're ignoring the fact that he's going to have to also get those collections. Just pretend he doesn't have access to any of them. Like, sure, if you have a Sega Genesis, you could just play it on those, but then, you know, you gotta have the games. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this music track in particular. Yeah, I think the expansion pack has value, just like I said, I don't, like, have time for any of it right now. Like, as soon as Kirby 64 was added, I'm like, I'm down. I want to replay that. There's enough N64 stuff on there now that I'm like, I'm down for that, but it's like, I'm busy. So I'd basically be buying it right now just to buy it. And if I'm going to buy it, like, just to buy it and support them, I might as well just buy other games. That's kind of the way I'm looking at it. I'm still kind of holding out that I'll be able to get an N64 controller, too. But whenever they put them back up for sale, I miss them. They've actually been restocked, like, 3 times over the last couple weeks, and I just keep missing it. I need to learn to start checking when I get up. Because that's usually around the time they restock it. I feel like this could be a good track, it's just... I don't know. Honestly, I feel like it's gonna grow on me. You fuck. I don't know where I am right now, by the way. Never mind, I know exactly where I am. You've got to be kidding me. It's fucking... It gets me every time. Boing. Yeah, and like we were saying about Volpe earlier, like, and I don't mean this to be like... I don't mean to be, like, calling you guys out for this or anything, but you're also young, you don't, like... When I was your age, I did not have an income, so... I basically had to save birthday and Christmas money for, like, a full year to be able to be like, oh, I can buy a game now. So, like, I get it. I'm not gonna hold it against anybody. Honestly, and I probably shouldn't say this, but for anyone your age, I'd probably say just emulate it, because you don't got the money, so... I did way more emulation at your age, because it was just, I didn't have the money to buy all these games. That's why now I'm just kind of like, yeah, I'll give you money for expansion pack. I feel like I owe you, because I downloaded stuff years ago. This whole section feels very, like, incomplete, you know? Yeah, I know that you don't like using emulators, Volpe, for reasonable reasons. I mean, your computer could probably handle it. If you're playing Final Fantasy 13, you can probably run a Genesis emulator, but I know that you just don't like to, which is... I don't like to either. I get it. See, in this case, I think I would actually say, like, go ahead and play Sonic 3 via emulator, and then you can see what the differences are. You could probably always go back and do it later then, too, though. Boing. Yeah, I think I agree with my friend that this track is probably the worst of the 6. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with emulation, is I'm like, can I, like with Sonic Rush, even if I got... I think Guy said that he looked those games up and that they weren't very expensive. But even if I were to pick them up, it's on DS, so I'd have to find a way to capture a DS game, which is a whole nother problem. And Sonic Heroes was another good example. Sonic Heroes is like, it hasn't been re-released, so I wouldn't be supporting the company anyway. So often lately, I'm like, give me an opportunity to buy them, and I probably will. Oh no. Similar to this, I was like, yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, and finding retro consoles in, like, good shape is probably pretty difficult, if I had to guess. That's true. Yeah, encouraging them to re-release Sonic Heroes isn't really being supportive either. That's actually encouraging them to commit corporate suicide. Yeah, I think, like... I think you put it this way, Scarlet. Like, this track is fine, but it's not launch bass. Got him. So as I was saying, in the original version of Sonic 3 and Knuckles combined, only Knuckles gets to fight this thing. So I'm really glad that they added it back for the other characters. He doesn't get to hear the music, though, which is kind of a shame. I'm the worst. I'm gonna run out of rings. I'm gonna run out of rings, and then I'm gonna die. Here he comes. Yep. Oh, well, okay, I had one moment of not dying. You need to go away. This is problematic. Nice. Easy. Boink. Still being sold by the official maker, so you won't emulate it. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think 40 is a smidge high. It's not fucking Square Enix putting Final Fantasy VII Remake on Steam for $70 high. It's a little high. I think 30 would have been, like, significantly more reasonable. But that's also because I think Sonic CD is ass, so you gotta keep that in mind. You know, I think my friend might have been watching on 30 FPS. I don't think that was actually an issue with the capture. Because it looked like it was capturing that just fine. So I guess here's your friendly reminder to make sure you're on 60 FPS. Unless OBS got switched to 60, like, outputting 60 at some point, or 30 at some point, and I didn't notice. Which I hope that's not the case. That'd be highly unfortunate. That was almost nasty, but I think this is actually the way I want to go anyway. Yup. Oh, right there it is. Look at that. I didn't completely botch it that time. You'd love to see it. What about Sonic Heroes Remastered with better controls and no glitches? I think that game is salvageable. I will give it that. Compared to Sonic 2006, which is completely irredeemable, you could spend 2 years polishing that up and it's still going to be ass, I think. I think with a bit of refinement that Heroes would be fine. It had some redeeming qualities. Yeah, I think 30 would have been totally fair. I don't know how much CD is sold for, but 1, 2, and 3 were all on Steam for like $5, yeah. 4 or $5. I want to say CD is probably more than that. I don't think it's worth it. I don't... If you want my full hot take on Sonic CD, come back tomorrow. And then we'll play Sonic CD and I'll complain about it the whole time. And Scarlet will probably unsubscribe and unfriend me on Discord and everything, because, you know. Actually, I don't know. No, you like CD, right? More than you probably should. It's that special stage again. I want it. I don't know how to get there, though. Nice. Widescreen, baby! Uh-oh. This can't be right. There has to be a way up there, right? Okay, you can stay on the flowers. That's fine. I'll do them out of order. It's no big deal. Oh, let me catch up a little bit more. How's it going, Dan, by the way? I'm totally fine with it. It's still Sonic 3. It's still, like, my favorite game ever. I think a lot of the changes they made are pretty neat. I think there's a nice little extra bit of polish here and there. I like the new Supersonic music. I actually like Ice Cap's track, like, quite a bit. The other one's not so much. Launch Base is already growing on me, I just don't think it's mixed very well. Where am I going? I'm so bad at this one. Is those... I'm bad? I only need to do one coin. Yeah! Fuck it! let's do it. One coin? Like, that's no problem. I really think we're probably going to spend a lot of coins in Sonic 2, if I had to guess. And maybe CD. Where the fuck am I? Alright, so I'm looking for one of those little groupings of 4. Right there it is. You'd love to see it. First try. It's $2 on mobile. CD is. I'd pay $2 for it. That's not that bad. You do like CD, you will yell. It'll be a good time. Be sure to tune in tomorrow. You can access both versions of the soundtrack in this, right? Which soundtrack should I use for CD? I hadn't really thought of that. You might not be able to pick in story mode, if I had to guess. No, I didn't try mirror mode yet. I came right into this because I wanted to experience it before somebody blurted out, "Oh my god, they changed the supersonic music or something and spoiled it." Which, again, worried about spoilers is maybe sounds completely insane, but I just wanted to preserve the experience. Yeah, they are free on mobile, that's true. You have to play them on mobile, though, is the problem. I guess depending on your computer, you could just boot up BlueStacks and do them that way. I'm surprised they didn't take those down. I guess because it's mobile, and they were like, who cares? There's a way to turn off spin dash in Sonic 1, but it's not intuitive. Sure it is. You just don't press down and jump at the same time. You just don't use it. Similar to how I got... Scarlet, when did you tell me about drop dash? When I just wasn't using it until, like, Sandopolis Zone. My timer's just ticking up, but I'm trying to catch up on chat, damn it. Hey, Lightgazer, how's it going? Testing things for almost 11 hours? Ow. I hope it tested, like, well. Like, I hope you figured out what you were trying to do. Reminder that as a child, I never understood that this zone was being sapped of its life. I thought it was just experiencing the seasons as at an accelerated rate. I would assume the music's just not present. I haven't, like, tried classic modes to see if they are, like, unchanged or anything like that. My working theory is that they have to pay the Michael Jackson estate royalties whenever they use the music, and they're just refusing to do that. Like, they just don't want to pay it anymore, so they were like, let's just find a workaround for this. This one is fine. I think what actually makes me upset about that is I have a feeling that's what kept Ice Cap out of Generations and Mania. Despite being a very obvious stage inclusion, I bet they wanted to use it, and that's when, like, the estate started causing problems or something. Again, complete theory, I might be completely wrong on that. Maybe there's another reason entirely, but... Shortest special stage ever, perhaps? Bean. It would be worth the $40 if the original music... Let's not be insane. That's... no. That wouldn't change the it being too expensive either. $40 would be reasonable if they remixed every single music track in all 4 games. Maybe. Not if they remixed them to the level of the prototype tracks, though. It did look orange soda flavored, and now I want one. You ass. Also including, like, Spinball and 3D Blast and, like, Chaotix would have made it worth the extra price for sure. I think 30 would have been totally reasonable. I mean, am I still gonna get $40 worth out of my purchase? Yeah. I'm a Sonic fan, baby. and one of the ones that is a Sonic fan and not just a Sonic 2 fan. I think my bigger concern is I think that there's a lot of people, like, say, Volpe, KC, who might be like, hey, I've never played these before, I would like to, and that high pricing is going to prevent new people from trying the games. I think that's kind of my issue with it. Do I have a problem with paying the price myself? Not really. But from an accessibility standpoint... The thing with including the original music is that wouldn't increase sales, is the problem. Like, I pretty firmly believe that, like, the amount of people that legitimately canceled their pre-orders over 3 songs being changed it's probably not a large amount of people. It might feel like it because they're being very loud, but I don't think it's a large amount of people, and it's for sure not the mainstream audience. But I do think $40 will deter the mainstream audience. Why are the walls white? Again. I was kind of hoping that was a one-time thing, but it seems not. I hate it. Oh my god. Saved. You also have the problem of, and I was saying this earlier, that purists will never be happy. So, you couldn't be like... You can't assume that, like, oh, well, if we didn't change anything, then the purists would have still bought it. They're still gonna bitch and moan about it, though, because you changed things. Purists hate all change, no matter what. And I told the story about that guy I follow on Twitch that's like, Final Fantasy 1 is like his game. He plays it like once a day. He speedruns it, he does randomizers. And when the Pixel remasters came out, he refused to play them. Like, he was just like, no, I'm not playing it because they're not the original game. And I was like, dude, purists are fucking toxic. Like, what the fuck? Haven guy? No. I don't think I know who you mean. I don't even watch the guy on Twitch much anymore. Partially because of that, because I thought that was very... I don't know. Yeah, that's what I was like... That's how I feel about games I really like, about brands I really like. I'll play any Sonic or Mega Man game. I don't fucking care. That's why I said there's like 2 extremes of Sonic fans. There's the ones that are like, if it isn't Sonic 2, it doesn't matter. You should just keep making games that are just like Sonic 2 every 5 years. And or Mega Man 2, if you want to look at it that way too, because it's also true of that community. And then there's the other extreme where they like anything, like no matter how potentially horrible it is. And those are the ones that are like, Sonic Heroes is a good game. And you're like, aren't you, like, too young to drink? Everybody's too young to drink as much as you would have to drink to believe that Sonic Heroes is a good game. Let's put it that way. Like, no one should be putting that amount of substance in their body. Oh. So, what all were you testing, Light Gazer? You said you had to refresh the cache of something? What was that for? And this is Sonic 3 and Knuckles. This collection is just the connected game. You can't access them as individual games, which I'm, like, kind of perfectly okay with. The only reason I would want to access the games on their own is to speedrun them, to be honest. So, I would just probably do that through emulators anyway. Yeah, they were meant to be one game originally anyway. People have kind of debated that, of like, are they 2 games or 1 game? And I've always been like, they're 1 game. Like, so I think, can we, like, hopefully put that to rest finally? Probably not. It's impossible to be a purist because you don't know what the originals are like. That's fair. But, like, it's also a thing with, like, whenever a brand gets large enough that there are multiple genres within that brand, it causes the same problem. This happens with Sonic, where people are like, only 2D Sonic games matter. It happens with Zelda, where people are like, if it's not top-down, I don't care, or if it's not Ocarina of Time, I don't care, or if it's not Breath of the Wild style, I don't care. Which is basically the same thing. Just different. It's still people being like, only this one thing matters to me. Which is like I said earlier, that's fine, it's just... if you have that mentality of, if it's not Breath of the Wild, it doesn't matter. You're not a Zelda fan. Don't call yourself a Zelda fan. You're a Breath of the Wild fan, which is fine. Just don't get it twisted. A lot of people will call themselves Mega Man fans and then be like, oh, Mega Man 2 is basically the only game that means anything. It's like, okay, you're not a Mega Man fan then. You're a Mega Man 2 fan. There's a difference. And I think part of that is, like, I almost consider it to be, like, a trust thing. This sounds insane, but work with me. We've talked about this before, but whenever somebody's like, oh man, I love Castlevania games, and then you ask them, oh, which ones do you like? And they're like, Symphony of the Night? You're like, oh, cool. Do you have any others that you really like? No, I've only played Symphony of the Night. Oh, so you're not a Castlevania fan, then? you don't really like the franchise. You like the one game. And for me, whenever somebody says, like, oh, I'm a Sonic fan, I'm like, I want to have a conversation with this person about Sonic because they like Sonic, and I like Sonic. Conversation, please. And then I'm, like, heartbroken when they're like, I've only played Sonic 2 because it's the best one anyway. And the other, why even bother playing the other ones? And it's like, so we can't have a conversation, is what you're telling me. That's unfortunate. Just don't, like, lie about it. Instead of saying, oh man, oh god. Instead of saying, oh, I love Sonic games, just say, I played Sonic 2 and really liked it. I should try to play some of the other ones someday. But the problem with that is most people don't have intentions of ever playing the other games. Because they think they already have the society-approved opinion that you can go on Twitter and people will say, that's a safe take. So they're like, why would I ever play anything else? Society sucks. Like, there's so many social stigmas that are just so stupid. More people just need to be more, like, real, is what I'm kind of getting at here. Let's not die here, like, twice again. I think I only died there once, but still. And then there's those motherfuckers who think it said Hydro City. Beg your pardon? Was that immediate Hydro City slander karma again? Fuck. Oh, I need to stop. Yeah, I wasn't about to risk jumping down there. Yay. Coins. Anyone else think it's funny that for 30 years people have been mistakenly calling rings coins, and now there's a Sonic game that legitimately has coins in it? Like... 2022, ladies and gentlemen. You can't make this shit up. Thank you. That's not. Abort, abort, abort. So far behind on chat. Hold on. Oh, it was a chatbot thing you were testing, like, Hazer. It always sucks when I, like, there's a big reason why I don't fuss with new chatbot shit, like, ever, because every time I do it, it's the biggest pain in the ass. Thought they split them because of cartridge space. We were talking earlier. I've heard two stories. One was space, and the other one was they had to get the game out. They weren't willing to delay it. Maybe it was a little bit of both. With them being separate games, you have the added benefit of a wickedly dumb boss in Sonic 2. You can play as Knuckles in Sonic 2 in this game, though, so it's fine. You don't even need them to be separate. I think you can play as them in Sonic 1, too. You just can't play as them in CD, right? I think that was the only one that they didn't add. They actually replaced this guy with Egg Robo. You love to see it. I expected they would. Right away, I noticed that even Eggman's sprites were different, so I was like, yeah, they probably updated this one, too. It'd be weird if they didn't. Being a purist makes you not into new ideas. Being a purist makes you snooty and rude. Man, I thought I was the one with the hot takes tonight. You guys better watch out with those opinions. You should probably stay off of Twitter. Added coins just to force people to stop calling rings coins. Yeah, because now they're two different things entirely. Now what are you gonna do? In before somebody accidentally calls the coins rings. I'm sure it'll happen sooner or later, right? Calling the coins tiny continues. That's fair. They replace extra lives, so it's not wrong. Yeah, more or less money. They just didn't want to miss their launch window. And honestly, I think in this particular instance, it worked out for them, because I think the games were heralded as being, like, pretty good regardless. It's also a revolutionary thing that no one else has tried in regards to having two cartridges locked together. Like, that was never tried a second time. It was just, like, a thing that they did, and no one was ever like, oh, we should also do that. That's smart. Sandopolis is kind of a downer. A little bit. So it's a little bit of a downer. It's just, it takes so long. It's slow. I know a lot of people have a problem with classic Sonic games where it's like, you're supposed to go fast and then the later stages are like, slow down and platform. And it's like, yeah, it kind of sucks. But I think some stages are worse about it than others, for sure. And I think Sandopolis is one of them. I'm gonna have to figure out what we're gonna do after this, because I think we're actually gonna finish pretty early. I don't want to start story mode, I don't think. I don't think getting lost is part of the problem with Sandopolis. It is, like, large and sprawling, but I don't think I've ever been, like, I don't know how to finish the stage. Maybe in Act 2. Yeah, Act 2's kinda rough. Again, it's kinda... It's the most puzzly any of these stages get. And I'm not a big fan of that. The music's grown on me in recent years, though. I used to not like the music very much either. Why would you give me a water shield in this fucking stage? What's wrong with you? Ass. Fuck. I don't remember. What was the sand stage in Adventure called? Oh, hey, look at that. It's been a while since I played. I should also replay Adventure and Adventure 2. All things considered, I'm on this weird kick where I'm like, hey, I boast about, like, I'm a Sonic fan. I'm more than just a Sonic 2 fan, like a lot of the fandom is. Despite that, I don't play a lot of Sonic, especially on the channel. I don't play a lot of Sonic or a lot of Mega Man. I feel like I should maybe play more. But there's also, like, so many games that I want to play. It's the curse of variety. It's just never enough time for everything. Oh, yeah, I think... Yeah, there's, like, an interior desert stage in 2 that has ghosts in it. I know what you're talking about now. Amusingly, they use that as a reference point for a desert course in Team Sonic Racing, and they use the Sandopolis music for that. So maybe... Nah, I tend to not go for all of the rings, especially in this mode, because I think, gives you a continue when you do that, and I don't really have a reason to do that. Which I think is a pretty good quality of life improvement. I consider that a positive. I think it is a fair thing. After going back and replaying some games like Sonic Heroes and Sonic Rush, and just older games in general, I think it's a pretty fair, like, difficulty balance for, like, modern gamers to just be like, we're just gonna take the lives system out and just give you infinite lives. Because then you still, like, have to get through the challenge, right? But then once you get through it, you're good. Instead of a lot of retro games where, like, you get through the challenge once and then you accidentally die to something really stupid and you have to do it all over again, which is just agony. So I think it's a change that I'm okay with. Now, in Mania, I did all of the special stages with also getting all the rings, because there was a reason to do so. And because I'm a tryhard. Adventure 2 in particular, like, I consider that to be like a pretty good Sonic game. I've only played it through like twice. And I almost feel like playing it only twice that I can't say it's that good. I feel like I haven't, like, experienced it enough. Does that make sense? Adventure I've played through, like, a fair amount of times, so I'm a little bit more confident in my opinion on that one. I'd still like to play the original Dreamcast version someday, though. I should probably take a quick break. I kind of gotta pee. Go, we're at the 5 hour. Maybe we don't have to do anything after this, come to think of it. I didn't realize I was at the 5 hour mark already. Neat. I'm still gonna take a quick bathroom break, though. I will... I was gonna say I'll catch up on chat when I get back, but I'm not that far behind. So I will just say, Dan, you said you finished... How much left in Wily Wars did you have? Because I don't remember. And what did you think of 11? 11's another game that, like, I should just play more. Because I think 11's a lot of fun. I like a lot of the stuff they did with that game. Despite that, I just haven't played it a whole lot. But there's a fucking Monster Hunter expansion coming out next week, and that's the only thing I'm going to play for, like, 3 months. So, you know. Anyway. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Just want a quick bathroom break, and I'll probably grab a drink while I'm up as well, and then we'll continue here. We're getting close to the end of Knuckles' playthrough. We'll be able to get through this in about an hour pretty easily, I think. So, stay tuned. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. that took a moment longer than I wanted it to, because the cat decided that she wanted to try to come in here, and then she wouldn't leave, so I couldn't close the door. So I had to deal with that. Take it easy, Casey, by the way, if you're still around. See, I think the way Mega Man 11 handles difficulties, I really like, in, like, kind of what I was just saying about this game. It just adds, like, more checkpoints. I don't think it even takes lives away, does it? Maybe it does. I don't remember. But it allows you to focus on, like, one obstacle at a time, instead of, oh, you died? You have to redo all the 15 obstacles before that, and try not to die just so you can get back to this moment and try that again. Which I don't care for. What am I doing? And people try to always act like... Not people, not always try to act, but... Again, purists will try to be like, oh, that's how games were back in the day, so... And it's like, yeah, but it was bad. Can we just acknowledge that? Just because that's the way it used to be doesn't mean it's good. Boink. I thought it was funny, though, because I've seen, like, streamers, not many, but I've seen a couple try to be like, I'm gonna play Mega Man 11 on superhero mode, and I'm just like, so? It's barely different. Like, it's not as impressive as you think it. You're preying on the fact that people don't know that that's actually not as impressive as it sounds. Like, from what I remember, even getting through it on, like, casual is, like, it's still the same game. I think they just give you, like, a checkpoint every screen, but it's like, you still gotta learn to get through those obstacles on every screen. It's not like it's fucking Mega Man 10, where they just put platforms over every single pit and spike trap, and which fundamentally changes the very level design. Like, that's just garbage. They might have taken some enemies out too. I think I played it on casual just to play it and be like, I also beat it on this difficulty. I think I started on normal though. No, isn't there one below casual, or is it? There's 4 difficulties, right? Oh, newcomer? Is newcomer harder or easier than casual? I don't remember. There's casual, newcomer, normal, and superhero, I think. I think casual is when they put the checkpoints on every screen, and then newcomer might take lives out entirely. And then superhero is just like... I think you take more damage or something? I don't know. It was... I thought it was pointless, personally. I remember not feeling, like, satisfied after I beat it. You know what I mean? Didn't Knuckles, like, falling animation didn't always have 2 sprites to it, did it? I think that's, like, a small change. I think it used to just be one still frame. Newcomer's the easiest one. Does that always kill you? Or is that new? Oh, man. I love Sonic games. You never know what's gonna happen. Even in the old ones. There's just something about them that's so inconsistent, and it makes them, like, very entertaining. Especially compared to Mega Man, because Mega Man doesn't have, like, physics, really? So, like, everything's very consistent, and it always kind of plays out the same way. This is just chaos sometimes. See, I don't remember superhero mode being difficult at all. I remember it being, like, the same game. I just always remember people trying to, like, flex when I'd be, like, speedrunning it, and they'd be like, oh, I played this game on Superhero, and I was like, who fucking cares? Like, shut up. Well, my bad. You know, I never finished all the achievements in that game. It's probably something I should try to do someday. Did you watch Multiverse of Madness yet, Dan? Probably can't really talk about it here because it's only been on digital for like 2 days, so I don't want to just start blurting out spoilers, but... Motherfuck. Oh my god. Which now, if anyone wanted to watch the MCU tier list video I did, I'm dumb, by the way. And you were worried about spoilers, well, now you can be completely caught up. With the exception of the fact that Sony's being a bunch of fucking cucks about putting Spider-Man movies on Disney+. So if you haven't seen No Way Home, and have somehow avoided all of the spoilers, then you're probably gonna have to worry about that still. What did you think as far as, like, spoiler-free reviews? Oh no. Why am I bad? Can you even do anything about these? I don't think I knew you could spin dash them off. Is that new? Or did I just learn something I never knew before? I feel like both are very likely. I usually abide by the just don't get caught forehead logic. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's so satisfying. I love bouncing off of an enemy with invincibility when you're not in spin dash form. It always looks so silly. That's not new? Holy shit. As I said earlier, it is amazing to me that there are still things about this game that I have, like, left to discover. That's, like, fucking awesome. Probably played this game, like, close to 100 times, and there's still shit that I've just... There's sections of stages that I've never seen before. It's crazy. Like, not only is it, like, my favorite game from my childhood, but it, like, keeps giving. I think that's why it has remained at, like, the top of my list of, like, favorite games ever. Just because it's... I feel like every time I play it, I still find something where I'm like, huh, I didn't know that. Or I've never seen this before. Didn't know you could stand on top of the sand golem, dude. I didn't know you could get inside of him and get squashed and die, either. I think... should probably save most of this conversation for Discord after the stream, I guess. Or for your own stream, if you happen to be streaming tonight. I think they did a poor job of, like, explaining the villainous force. And what I mean by that is, like, the object that makes them so powerful is, like, super corruptive. And, like, that's more or less the villain, not the character. And they don't really explain that, aside from a brief comment from Doctor Strange where he's like, oh, you have that? Uh-oh. And that's kind of it. So I think a lot of people are downplaying the fact that they've been corrupted by this item. Or, they don't downplay it, but they don't upplay it enough for people to really... for people that don't know what it is to really realize how dangerous it is. Which has led to a lot of, like, man, they sure are super fucking evil. Like, how did they get to be so super fucking evil? It seems like they're really acting a little out of character here. And it's like, yeah, that's the point. They're kind of, like, possessed by, like, one of the evilest things in the universes. Now, to be fair, I only know that because it was also in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and I feel like they worked it up a little bit better there, because it took people who were outright, like, hero characters and made them do really shitty things. So it was like, oh, this is bad news. Whereas here, their motivations were, like, already a little sinister, just emphasized by this thing doing this to them. I feel like if you're not up to speed on all of this content, everything I'm saying right now makes absolutely no fucking sense to you, which is kind of by design, because I don't want to spoil anything about it. Oh, that was nasty. I hate everything. Boing. God damn, why am I bad? Probably because I was focused on trying to explain things about the movie without actually explaining things about the movie, instead of actually playing the game. I do have a major problem with the movie. Again, when I made the tier list video, it's funny, I recorded the tier list video twice. Because the first time I did it, I used the movie posters as, like, where to put them on the tier list. And they were so small that even I was like, I don't know what movie this is. Like, regularly, I'd be like, I think this is Thor Ragnarok? So, I re-recorded it for that reason, and because after I recorded it the first time, I re-watched a couple of the movies, and my opinions adjusted. So I re-recorded it, and one of the things I changed is the first time I recorded it, I gave Multiverse of Madness an S tier ranking, and then I changed it to A tier. And again, this is difficult to explain without spoiling things, but I'm gonna try it. Do I want to try it? I think they made the antagonist too powerful. And yes, they're supposed to be powerful. That's kind of the fucking idea, is that they're very powerful and very dangerous, and that's fine. But there are a couple of moments in the movie where they show restraint, and I'm like, just kill Doctor Strange, dude. You got him right there. Just end it. And they don't. And it's like, you can't make a character that fucking powerful and then expect me to believe that they're like, oh, this is the movie's protagonist. I can't just kill him. That would be too easy. But it's like, you can do that. Why aren't you? It could have been easy, but you were like, I'm gonna show some restraint at this particular moment for no reason other than plot convenience. Cool, no rings. This is gonna be fun. Still need to watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's hit or miss. Some seasons are really good, and then other seasons are like, why? I thought I'd be able to sneak under that. Well, now I have rings again. The first season of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is really good, and I remember the season with Ghost Rider was really good, too. And I think, was it the final season that I really liked as well? But then, season 2 was kind of ass. I thought. That's when they started dealing with the Inhumans, and I was just kind of like, these motherfuckers are just discount mutants. Like, it's not super interesting. It has its moments, though. I'd recommend it if it weren't for the fact that it's, like, 7 seasons. That's a lot of content. Like, if you're looking to spend that amount of time watching something, then, I mean, by all means, go for it. But I would completely not blame anyone for being like, that's too much content. I don't have that kind of time. It's like, that's fair. I have that problem with a lot of shows. That's me in Star Wars. I'm like, I don't care how good the Star Wars shows are, because I don't have that kind of time. There's too many of them already. Hell, even the Marvel stuff is like, in general, like, I get it if people are like, I don't have that kind of time. It's a lot of fucking content. It's like, you know what? It is. You're not wrong. But I think it's similar to what I was just saying about Sonic. At this point, the reality is that I'm a Marvel fan. I'm not an Infinity War fan. I'm a Marvel fan. Or I'm not an Avengers fan. I'm a Marvel fan, I guess is another way of putting it. I think a lot of people are just like, I'll just hang tight until they make another Avengers movie. And it's like, I guess that's fine, but I don't know, I'm having fun with all of it. As I said earlier, I'm enjoying Miss Marvel so far. I didn't think I was going to, but I am. Really liked Moon Knight as well. By the way, in talking about, like, literally everything, I fucking love this whole sequence. This is such a badass boss. And this is probably the reason why I like Mecha Sonic more than Metal Sonic. Metal Sonic never does anything cool like this. Except for that weird big red demon form he takes in Knuckles Chaotix. Which I just don't think is as cool as this. And I think this is a good example of what I was talking about on Death Egg Robot, where I was kind of able to autopilot this. Did you notice that? But on the Death Egg Robot, my autopilot was failing me, which leads me to believe that there was something very subtle that was changed. Not intentionally, just in them reconstructing everything, they might have changed something. About the new the insulting new What If comic issue. I did. Yeah, it's I wouldn't say it's like super duper offensive, but it is it's more oblivious than it is offensive. I think that they thought they were creating something cool, and they just didn't bother to do enough research to find out if it was going to resonate with audiences correctly. It's not, like, outright offensive. It's just they don't know the target audience as well as they thought they did. It's amazing to me that despite the MCU being such a driving force in cinema right now, that with the comics, they're still, like, regularly dropping the ball on, like, weird shit. It's like, what are you guys doing? You have a very good opportunity right now to, like, also have people bleed over into the comics, but you constantly hear bad shit about the comics. The What If issue, it's what if Miles Morales was Thor. And where it gets problematic is that Asgard is, like, all redesigned to look like a stereotypical black neighborhood, like there's graffiti everywhere and shit. And it's just not... Again, I think that they thought they were doing something neat. Like, that people would like this. Like, oh, this is a cool crossover idea, but they didn't put enough research into it to find out if it was, like, actually smart. Which is the way I think. If I were to be creating something, and I wanted to make the main character Japanese, I would do the research to find out, like, okay, well, what is their culture like? If they're Japanese but they live in America, how does that culture bleed over into their life? Because clearly their parents, if their parents are from Japan, or their parents were from Japan, they probably still have a bit of that culture in their life. So you gotta research that and just be like, they're Japanese, they must like video games. Like, that's really stupid. To just be like, oh, let's just make it that they like video games and anime, tee-hee, they're Japanese. That's very naive. There's a lot more to it than that. And that kind of seems like what they did here, where they were just kind of like, here's a thing that kind of makes sense. And instead of, like, talking to people and learning more about the culture and figuring out, like, how to do it well, they were just kind of like, this'll be fine. Big Hero 6 for San Francisco is a little different because that's like fantasy where they're taking, well, I mean Marvel comics are fantasy too, but it's more like it's a fantasy location. So is Asgard. Fuck. you know what I'm getting at though. Maybe a little strange that they still show this at the end of Knuckles' playthrough. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't try to tie this in to be like... Oh, look, there's Flicky Island. To be like... To be continued. Doesn't even seem like the character's actually Miles from what you've seen. Yeah, that could be kind of a problem, too. Because they still have to be, like... who you'd expect them to be. Boss rush? Cruise mode to get coins. So mirror mode is just the screen is backwards? Am I strange in thinking that that's, like, not very compelling? I bet the blue spheres are really fucking hard in Mirror, though. That I get. But I think stages you hold left to win instead of right to win is like, okay. How's that a selling point? Makes sense with blue spheres because you're moving forward. Left turns and right turns are swapped. It's a little bit more for your brain to handle. Maybe it's not as simplistic as I'm giving it credit for, though. Clear missions to get coins. Clearing a mission for the first time will get you extra bonuses. EX missions unlocked. Defeat 10 Batbot within a minute 30. You don't have to S-rank these to get, like, 100% completion, do you? That's just, you get more coins. There's not that many missions. The missions are neat. I'm thinking we're just gonna do that for like 30 minutes. I don't necessarily want to stop already. Maybe I should, because I'm kind of hungry. But I'm also like, more, please. Oh. I was about to say, you don't see Batbots in this stage. I see what they did. Stay free, motherfucker! You think I can't handle a little fucking bounce? And when I said, like, you don't need to get S ranks to get completion, what I meant was, I'm gonna get S ranks anyway, so, you know, whatever. You know, what if series will get to the point of what if everyone's a girl? Not really interesting, but... Yeah, like... I don't envy them, because... coming up with good what-ifs is, like... It has to be tricky. I'm sure they come up with a lot of ideas for what-ifs where they're like, oh no, this is a terrible idea. Like, there's just nothing interesting here. Get 20 rings from the sand. So I was expecting these to be, like, sections of the stages unchanged. Oh no. I missed one. I hate everything. It's fine. I did it. Where's the... Where am I going? Or do I just have to get to the end? I just have to get to the end, okay. Interesting. Like, I thought the What If TV show was quite good. I thought there were a lot of compelling ideas there. Dodge enemy attacks and scale the wall to reach the goal. This is another thing that's like... Do people find modes like this compelling? I'm realizing, like, as I'm getting older and just playing more video games, I'm noticing that a lot of, like, modes that are stuck into games and then marketed really hard are, like, it's all smoke and mirrors. Because this was one of the things where they were like, you can play the 4 original games. Also, there's a mission mode and a mirror mode, and I'm like, I played like three of these, and I'm like, okay, so this seems like something that I'll finish in like a couple hours and then never play them again. Maybe I'm just being a fucking get off my lawn grouch. I have enough, just keep going. Compelled enough by it? Like, enough that that was the reason you bought... Like, I guess that's the thing. Do people actually buy these games because they're like, you know what? 4 of, like, the greatest Sonic games ever made in one package? I'll pass. Whoa, there's a mission mode? I'm fucking in. Like, is that the deal maker for a lot of people? It's just... I feel like it isn't. I highly doubt there was anyone who was like, man, I can't believe they're changing the music. This sucks. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Mirror mode? That changes everything. Like, that can't be a lot of people. On one hand, Boss Rush is something that resonates with me. I'm like, that sounds cool. But even then, I'm probably not going to do it that often. What am I doing? Am I supposed to hit that multiple times? Oh, you can't stand on top of them in this mode. Oh, there's more of them. Okay. I was not paying attention. My bad. Sonic Generations had this problem too, because they had a lot of missions as like a main part of the game, and I was just kind of like, who cares? I'm really bad at this one, by the way, if you didn't pick up on that yourself. Probably didn't need me to tell you that. No, not an A rank. Oh god, I'm gonna die? I'm not gonna die? This one's very cumbersome. I don't really like this one. Oh, you can stand on top of them. What happened to the one that I couldn't stand on top of? I tried it and that... Oh, you can't when they're open? I bet that's what it is. I'm actually run out of time here. I'm terrible at this. Yeah, I think they're hitboxes. Oh, I think I was supposed to go up. This one was a little confusing. Okay, so they're inactive because then you have to be able to go. I get it. I follow. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Oh, what the fuck? No, not like this. No, you don't understand. Oh my god. Oh, there's no one. It's fine. No, you don't understand. Still an A rank, but I will take it. Whee! Coins. Rings. I mean coins. Rings? Sorry. Rings? Sorry. You have a supersonic flying around the Spinball Island? I noticed that they seem to change based on how far you get through the games, yeah. The boss rush for Sonic 1. Yeah, that's the thing, Volpe. They have to come up with something that actually creates a compelling story, because... doing something like, what if in Avengers Endgame they failed and didn't get all of the stones? It's like, well then clearly they didn't save everybody, and there's no MCU now. So that's not a compelling story, right? I guess I should start unlocking museum stuff at some point. It's like Origins ending, so there's one for... that's probably for story mode ending, if I had to guess. Could I even play Mania Adventures? Wouldn't that be, like, copyright strike material pretty easily, if I had to guess? Yeah, I probably can't play most of those on stream, if I had to guess. All we can play as anyone? Look how smug Knuckles looks. He's like, yeah! You know it. What's your Sonic? That's fine. Just don't got any coins for... Shit, I did it. You don't have any rings for any of these fights, huh? It's so easy with widescreen. It's funny because it's such a simplistic boss, but this was like, I think it's legitimately like kind of a difficult boss in Sonic 1. But as soon as you have widescreen, it's completely trivial. Right away, I'm not a fan of, like, I have a feeling all of these are gonna be you don't have any rings, which is kind of, eh. It's actually something I really don't like about the first two Game Gear games. Or at least... Thank you. It's very generous of you. I actually don't remember if Sonic 1 had this problem. Maybe only Sonic 2 did. Oh my god. Well, that's so much for that. But all of the bosses in Sonic 2 are you don't have any rings. So it's very easy for it to just go awry. They do give you some lives, though, which is nice. Am I getting some dropped jump inputs in this game, by the way? Didn't notice that problem in 3 at all, but I'm getting it quite a lot here. Where it really matters, of course. Yay. Oh, I hate this boss. Hilltop Zone, the boss. Could you, like, actually drop them in the middle? He's being kind of a nerd right now. Did we not? Not like this. Not like this. There we go. I hate it. I did notice that the emeralds are glowy instead of the flicker. Is that a thing in the original game, too? I actually have not played Sonic 1 a whole lot. I mentioned earlier, I think back when I did the 2020 marathon, I think that was actually the first time I've ever beaten Sonic 1. Like, legitimately. Oh, I'm not looking forward to playing Sonic CD. So I'm just kind of admiring the islands. I don't have a supersonic. Oh, that's absolutely Flicky's Island. Look, it even has the different colored Flickies from Flicky's Island. I didn't notice that at first. Alright. Put me back in, coach. Wait, it gave me a continue? Why? How? Do it over, it's fine. Can you not hit him when he's spawning in? I thought you could. The one I was just talking about, Volpe? It's the one from 3D Blast. And the Museum Island is the one from Spinball. Maybe they ported the Genesis or the GBA version. Oh, that's new that you can't hit him when he's hovering in? Fuck that! Well, did they change it in this, or was it also present in the mobile version? We gotta keep in mind that these versions are, like, kinda new to a lot of us, right? Because most of us haven't played them. I thought I was gonna die. There weren't walls in the original version, were there? I guess that's just because of widescreen. I actually kind of remember that from playing the mobile version. Ass. You Jim Carrey looking ass. Stop. The fun thing is that when we went and played this game in the marathon, I'm bad, I actually liked it, like, quite a bit. I was worried that I was gonna be like, nah, it's not Sonic 3, which is often my opinion with Sonic 2, is I'm like, it's fine, it's just not Sonic 3. And I actually, liked this game, like, a fair amount. Perhaps more than Sonic 2, which maybe sounds absolutely bonkers. Perhaps, like, hottest take of all. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. I hope I can manage to have the willpower that we can continue, like, the DS trilogy and everything. I'm having a lot of fun with those. Just re-experiencing the games in general has been a good time. Even, I can't bring myself to say it. Not even Heroes. I'm bad. I'm the worst player. Hey, I still hit him though, so fuck you. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. I love watching speedruns of this game because there's an RNG manipulation for this boss, if you can believe that. So they always make it, like, a real spectacle, because they can make it look like they're about to die, and then be like, oh, no, JK, I'm fine. Just because they have it memorized, like, where they're gonna pop up. It's always fun. Easy peasy. Oh, do they not usually give you rings there? It is kind of strange, because, like, so I did think, in terms of it being a boss rush, that I was like, why are there rings here when he can squash you and kill you in one hit anyway? Like, that seems strange. I think that's the strangest thing, is that they gave them to you there, despite the fact that the biggest threat is that you will just die. But they didn't give them to you on the other bosses. That seems very peculiar. How many? I got 25 coins? Continues? I don't know the Sonic CD bosses well enough to do that, I don't think. How much time do we have left? About 10 minutes. See, Sonic 3's is gonna be, is gonna last forever, though. Because there's so many bosses. We'll go back to, missions. And as I said earlier, we'll do story mode tomorrow. Oh my god. The speed. Do-do-do. Why rings, though? Dude. They should have had a mission like in Generations where you have to like continue to spin the signpost and carry it through the stage. I'm gonna have to go back and do this one again to get an S, right? If I'm getting an S on the rest of them this easily, I'm gonna have to go for all S's. It's just a reality. Reach the goal without touching any enemies? Fuck that. Which means I basically can't spin dash anywhere. Well, they can touch me. I just can't kill them. It's fine. That one almost dive-bombed me and kamikazed himself. Easy? I actually was worried that these were gonna be, like, painfully difficult, if I'm being honest. Did they add rings? Now, see, I would have noticed it quicker in Sonic 2, I think. Did they add rings to the final boss of Sonic 2 as well? Did they add those in, like, the main game, or is it just for boss rush? I just, like, haven't played Sonic 1 enough times for that one to register as easily. Choose your favorite shield and reach the goal. Well, if it's called Ring Vacuum, then... you know, what do you fucking think? Oh. Choose your favorite shield. By the way, 2 of them is the wrong answer. Fucking why, dude? Ah, because then you have to change. Still, why would they say pick your favorite shield if there's a right answer? So strange. It's fine. Did they have a mission in Generations where you had to fight lots of those huge versions of the chemical plant enemies? Yeah, they had a couple missions with giant enemies. I think there was one in Green Hill, too. Oh god, you have to go fast. Okay, well now I don't have a reason to... Yeah, get the fuck out of here. You motherfucker. Now I don't have a reason to go back for S ranks if I'm not gonna have all but one S rank. Nice. You love to see it. Enemies are already giant, though? Yeah. Yeah, they are. Bigger than in Sonic 2, for sure. Both the, like... I don't know what they're supposed to be. They're Kirby enemies, too. You know what I'm talking about. Urchin? No, they're not urchins. You don't understand? Oh, I'm supposed to be killing the enemies. I'm bad. I'm not paying attention at all. I am on autopilot. Oh, specifically with the fireball. Okay. That makes sense, I guess. Really? Really? Beg your pardon. Alright, I just have to find 3 more of these little motherfuckers. And I don't think that's the way I'm gonna find them. If I had to guess. Fucking wind bastard. Oh no, not like this. We're fine. Yeah, Kirby has those, like, those sea enemies. They're, like, green blobs with, like, 3, I think they're red, like, things on their head, and then they shoot stuff, like, straight up. It's basically the same thing as the chemical plant enemy. I was gonna say it's a squid, but I don't think it's a squid. It kind of looks like a squid, like, laying flat and all spit out, but... I'm bad. They can go through spikes? I don't think I knew that. Sucker. Stop another one down here, okay. Damn. That's tricky. Are they anemones? I guess they kind of look like anemones. They're anemone enemies. Anemone enemies. Those cruel bastards, they knew what they did. I was gonna say we might as well finish them. I didn't realize we had 7 of them left. So I think I will call it quits there. But we are 100% coming back this tomorrow, so, you know. Yeah, an enemy anemone. That one works a lot better. The other one is an absolute tongue twister. An enemy anemone is significantly easier. 311 coins? Holy balls. Guess I just gotta start unlocking music. Isn't there, like... So this is, like... This is the game soundtracks. Okay, well, there's 3D Blast. There's Spinball. What are the ones below this? This Horizon, Door into Summer, Electoria, Speed It. Is this Chaotix? I don't know the name of the Chaotix tracks. Yeah, I have no idea. Oh, it tells you more if you pick one? I figured it would just play one if I picked one. I can swap characters here? Why? Why not, I guess. Oh, yeah, Chaotix. They probably have the 3D Blast Saturn tracks too, maybe? Maybe not. Man, there's a lot of music in Chaotix. Holy hell. And then these are just like random... No, I just wanted to see... Oh, well, they let you hear a preview. Well, that's the Smash Brothers Angel Island zone. Which is pretty neat. This is Generations. Which means this is also Generations. Oh yeah, and there's the normal one. Yeah, these are like all Generations. Do you think this is the entire... This track is like 9 minutes long. It's really fucking long. Yeah, it's basically like, hey, look. I mentioned this earlier. That they used the Sonic Adventure 2 like pyramid area in Team Sonic Racing, but they used Sandopolis music for the theme. Now you got some proof. This remix is fucking sick. I don't think we're gonna take the time to listen to it right now, but it's sick. This is the Forces Metal Sonic remix, I think. That's Generations. That's the Generations US version. So yeah, this is the version from Forces. Well, just the one. They have that one track that they remixed for Brawl, and then they never remixed like any other track for whatever weird reason. A bunch of different like Just random artworks. There's some of the Game Gear stuff in here, which is pretty neat. Looks like they got some concept artwork, too. Dude, that's a lot of shit. Holy hell. And these are just the game cutscenes, which I assume we're just unlocking as we play them. And these are the ones that I'm like, I probably can't play any of these on stream. Well, no. These are the ones that I was like, I probably can't play on stream. That's probably a copyright issue waiting to happen. The animatics you might be able to get away with. I might play it safe and not play any of that stuff on stream, though. It's in Ultimate, too. Just Brawl is when they added it, and they haven't remixed anything else since then. For whatever reason, that was like an... Maybe it was off limits because they didn't want people to remix Ice Cap or something. Like, who knows? Speaking of which, I think I know the answer to this, but... I would assume they don't have, like... They don't have, like, original version or anything like that. It's just the new ones. Just if you want a character running around. Fuck you, Metal Sonic. You're so fucking smug. Look at him running in the opposite direction just to be a fucking... Hey, he's got those, what are those called? The, you know, the, member of Club Nintagious emeralds. Hey, Desert Palace, I was right. Yeah, what are they called? Tomar. I knew it was T something. Unused song. Huh. This is always a good banger. Okay. I'm done for the night. I'm exhausted. I'm hungry. So I'm gonna wrap it up and get out of here. But we'll be more with back. That's it. I nailed it. First try. I'll be back with more tomorrow. We'll probably do story mode tomorrow. That'll probably take the whole stream, if I had to guess. It took like 3.5 to 4 hours just to get through Sonic 3 with Sonic, right? So, and that's probably going to be the long-ish one. I feel like if I knew all the games as well as I knew Sonic 3, that would probably be the longer one. Chances are it will be kind of fast compared to... I think 2 and CD will probably take me a little while. If needed, maybe we'll come back on Saturday and play some more too. I do not know if I'm going to stream on Saturday or not. I have not decided yet. Then I'm going to be off for a little bit before Monster Hunter hits. And then I have to apologize to the Sonic fans because we're probably only going to play Monster Hunter for like... at least like 2 weeks, if I had to guess. I was going to say a month. It's probably not actually going to be a month, but it's probably going to be a lot. I vaguely recall, I think when Rise came out, I played a lot of it off stream. I think I'm going to try to stream more of it this time. But I don't know. We'll see. So take it easy. Thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. I will see you guys tomorrow. If I don't, then enjoy your weekends. And I will see you next week at that point, basically. I'll be back on Thursday for Monster Hunter. So thank you again for watching. Take it easy. I will see you. Stay cool out there. I don't know if... Is the country still, like, on fire? I don't know. I haven't been keeping up with it, but, you know, summer heat's vicious, so... So yeah, take it easy. I will see you guys next time.